All right, let's see. Just gotta pull up drawing. And it's time to go. Everything should be like all set to go. Let's make sure we are back on our bullshit. And let's begin. She has a pretty straight face. We are very slow this morning. Holy shit, I feel like I'm in molasses. Alright. Hey, how's it going, Ophelia? Welcome, welcome. Wow, not many people beat Kit as the first person to show up in here. How is your night shaping up to be? I know it's late for you over there. Happy New Year to bat. Go! Did you do your circle practices? Sorry, it's still pretty early in the morning for me. By early in the morning, I did mean like past the witching hour, I guess. Unfortunately, no, I hadn't. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. You still have 15 minutes. I'm just kidding. If you feel like practicing, always a good time. If you're gonna watch, my recommendation is practice. But you can practice while you watch. Appreciate you stopping by no matter what, though. Watch for today. That's fine. That's fine. You always have tomorrow, right? You have tomorrow, and the day after, until you die. And then you don't have tomorrow anymore. But until then, you've got lots of tomorrows. So. No point in worrying about it. Be in Jolling Hill. No, you're gonna be fine. You tried, right? There is any deity for artists. It's going to help people who tried, right? We wouldn't be able to get better at art if there was a deity that cared only about talent. It's a bit far down for that. Hey, how's it going, Kit? Welcome, welcome. And you can hack for other guys. That's, you know what, hey, that's pretty fair. That's fair enough. I was watching a fascinating video last night. A Closer Look put out a video called How to Write a Sociopath or a Psychopath. And I was like, damn, that's cool as hell. And I'm watching it, I'm like, damn, that's a lot of traits that I also have. That's insane. I don't think I would score 25 or whatever, which is the, that's the UK measure for, what's it called? Son of a bitch. For the, like, the metric for when you are considered legally a psychopath. Hey, Turtle, welcome back. Are you finally back from vacation, or did you find another hotspot? No, I mean, it's fine. It just means it's like, it depends, right? Although probably not, because my empathy for other people is much higher than average. Which, it's like, psychopaths can still empathize. I think that's something that people, because of media, don't believe. Which I've only recently learned. Well, not really. I didn't, like, recently learn about it, but, like, it never, like, sat right with me where it's like, you can't do a whole, like, human thing? That's crazy. But yeah, so psychopaths can empathize, but generally only when they're asked to. And I have a very uncontrollable desire to empathize, I guess. I don't know how to describe that. But there's a lot of other things where it's like motivated by power, motivated by hedonism, and I'm like, damn, that is, yeah, that's for sure. I think I have a higher than average power motivation. Or hedonism motivation? Definitely hedonism motivation. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But it was really fun because it means that it's something I can bring into the psychopath character that I'm playing in my D&D character with friends, right? We're playing like wizard school sort of a thing. It's like you're all in college at Texas, but there's magic. That's the premise. Not in your, no church. Bad. But yeah. Well, I think I might score higher than average on the, I forget the name of the test. I don't think I'd get like sentenced with anything, right? Sentenced? Diagnosed. That's the word. I'm not getting sent to jail. Hopefully I'm not being sent to jail. Where's the test? I want to take it. There isn't a test. It's a psychiatric evaluation chart. That is something that if you want to watch the video, what's it called? A Closer Look put out a video on it, which I highly recommend. One, because they're trying something new, and I like rewarding people who do what they love. Had to Google what hedonism meant. I'm losing my vocabulary. Finished editing the video? Is this the one where you cook me? You're telling me earlier that you're gonna cook me in this edit. What am I being cooked over? There's a lot of things I could be getting cooked over. I just want to know. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I just want to know. That's too small for your leg. And then we can have gun parts coming out here. But that was an interesting video. I also watched a video on like the fight scenes of Rango and how it is designed to win by luck, so that it doesn't feel like it's kind of bullshit. Because like Rango is kind of just the well that keeps on giving as far as like movies go. It is a fantastic movie if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend it if you've only seen it since you were 9, right? Because as the video said, there's only 2 types of people in this world. Those who like Rango and those who have only seen Rango when they're 9. The lizard thing, yeah, the Johnny Depp. Never get around to the other thing because I'm always worried on the torso because it looks good. I love the torso on that pose. Rango. It's so fucking good actually. Like it is just like peak cinema, unironically. But I really love the Superman. So there's a lot of people that don't like the new Superman movie. So I don't know. My tastes are always bad, right? Like that needs to be there for context, is that I'm not really allowed to have opinions in my friend group because my opinions are always bad. I told you it was really good. I loved it. I think you should really watch Rango, but also you should really watch Superman. Like, again, no offense to Zack Snyder. I felt, and this is just something, you can't really control. I felt hopeless watching his superhero movies. It's just one of those things, right, where people always say, oh, people are tired of the hope. They want the grimdark, the gritty realism, right? And it's like, I mean, there's definitely fads that become very popular, but I don't think hope and being a good person ever goes out of style. Which is why I'm never, like, bored watching or reading a Superman that is really good. But that's just me personally. Actually never watched any superhero movies. Do you need... No. The new one is completely standalone. It actually treats it like a movie where it trusts that you will understand that things will come together by the end of the film, right? So many superhero movies are like, all right, let's give you the entire origin story breakdown, blah, blah, blah. And this one's kind of just like, no, we're just kind of going. So I appreciate that the most. It respects my intelligence as a movie viewer. Coolio Beans. Second favorite Superman. Yeah. Exactly, right? Watching the Batman, right? I don't know who it was. The guy who played the Twilight Vampires. What's his name? I think I like irrationally I don't like him for some reason. Like it's irrational. Robert Pattinson, yeah. For some reason I just don't like him as an actor. And so when I watched the Batman, I thought it was weird, especially with the other Batmans in context. But now, here's the weird thing, right? Now that there's context for like it being like a genuine superhero movie, like they tried to like make a genuine attempt at portraying a superhero, right? Especially like the Batman. It makes sense, and I'm like, this film is way better now that I have like the contrast of this Superman film by James Gunn. It's a weird thing to happen. It's crazy. I know, because Robert Pattinson's genuinely a cool guy, I hear. So like the only reason I don't like him is because of Twilight. I think that's probably it. He just has like a Solomon Grundy ass face, you know? I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It is completely irrational because he's a fantastic actor. Luckily, he's never going to see anything I ever say, so I can say whatever the hell I want. The only reason I like is Twilight. See? There you go. And movie is a bit weird though. Yeah, I think it is weird. It like Metamorpho is a whack ass character to me in that movie. It's such a departure from like who Metamorpho is in the comics. So I was like, this is weird. My junk food trashy cheeseburger, I feel absolutely. I mean, that's fine. I think there is no reason to be ashamed of that. Maybe a little bit of reason to be ashamed for that, because you identified it as junk food, but just like, that's fine. It's okay. Clearly has a lot of love for the comic Legends character, but the shirt on the L's is so hard. Actively stops me from reading it higher than 8. Yeah, it does. And I think the only reason, because so many like comic book artists have tried to do something with the L's over the years, and so there's like a mixed bag, just like Ma and Pa Kent, right? Ma and Pa Kent weren't originally part of the story, right? Originally, like classic Superman, he just kind of appeared on Earth, fully formed. He wasn't a baby, right? The radio series, I think, included that. And so stuff was adopted here and there. Pivotal part of Clark's character, it again depends on the artist and the interpretation, right? Especially in this new Absolute Superman, incredibly important, right? But in other ones, they're kind of just like mentioned tangentially, or if not, it's like in the Christopher Reeves movie, for example. He's also kind of pretty much sent there almost for the exact same reasons. He's like, be a Christ-like figure to them, teach them, be better, right? I like how this one took it, where it's like, it doesn't really matter what they sent you here for. It matters what you're here for now. And the fact that you interpreted the beginning of that message to be do the best for people says more about you than it does of them. The Pa Kent speech. Fantastic speech, by the way. Doesn't, since Kents have been relevant since the Golden Age. Yeah, I know, but it's like, what I'm saying is sometimes they'll kill Pa Kent, sometimes they won't. Sometimes the reason Superman even goes to the city is because Pa Kent dies. Other times it's like, I think it's Ma Kent. Maybe they're both dead, I think. It really depends. Again, because comics are done by like a million different people, so. Pothole with her character. Supergirl? Hold on. Drawing, I can't keep up. You're typing too much. You should be drawing instead. Potential is DC history. The stuff that you're talking about is like post-continuity era, right? The myth of Superman is far older than post-continuity. And I'm talking about the myth of Superman, not just necessarily the impact of the comics in recent times. Because you gotta remember, Superman's been around for like over 80 years. There's a mythology in America, right? And as an American, this is what I'm talking about. I think we are just going to have to stop talking about this, unfortunately, because I don't think you're gonna see things from my point of view. American propaganda Superman is not even real. I'm not talking about American propaganda Superman. You gotta stop. That's not what I'm talking about. You're not understanding what I'm saying, and you're going off on tangents that I can't reply to. I promise you, the last person to ever agree with Ben Shapiro. The American propaganda Superman was only added to the radio show and later adapted in some continuities. Not all of them. And this was during World War II, right? Yes. Poor draw. Poor line. Poor line. That's okay. 60,000, that's right. You're pretty much, we're nowhere near halfway there, but you know. Actually, no, we are. No, we're not. We're not. We need to be 500,000. Sorry. We are almost to 13%. I believe in you guys. In the middle way, and everything stays. Regard to share my penis studies. Yeah. You shared you shared some of them the other night. Think some opinions are help? Sure. Gunman with the power to gun. Alright, Gunman's done. Won't be able to help on stream. We can see. I'll see what I can come up with, right? Because ultimately I can't get in trouble for drawing boxes that look like penises. I can only get in trouble for drawing penises? Question mark? So as long as I'm drawing like a shoulder that looks like a penis, it just, you know, that's just where my skill level is at. You cannot be rude to me. That's unfortunately untrue. I cannot help my skill level if my arms look like penises. By the way, 1000%, if I get like reincarnated and I get to go through life again with all my knowledge, I'm drawing dicks on everything. Absolutely. Anyone tries to bully me, guess what? You're naked now. You're naked now and you're on everywhere in the school. This is not a superhero origin story. I'm a villain. Color aspects. For the Authority movie. Here's my hot take. Continuity doesn't matter. These are all campfire stories, right? Having them connected is kind of cool, but ultimately, if you like a certain story, it doesn't need to matter if it's part of continuity or if it's part of the Authority. Once the story is out in the world, you cannot control it. If people prefer Red Sun as the, what's it called? The incarnation of Superman? That is their incarnation of Superman. Oh, this is a cross. That makes sense. Zahira team. See, when you said authority, because I never heard of it, but when you said authority, I thought you meant like the authority on this, right? Authority is in the word that means continuity stuff. I still, same thing about continuity though. Same feelings. It's a gun, surprise. Ooh. Main team leads are gay PP. Okay. Let's take a look at this. And open my soda at the same time. These are good, what are you talking about? Did you look at the Doxy tutorial on how to do the painting? Or did you find something else? Ah! Hi, buddy. Nice. What makes you unhappy with the colors? Sure. I studied? Okay. Send what you studied, because I don't have contacts. I don't know if you're trying to improve on the color depth. I don't know if you're trying to improve on the shine. I don't know what you're working on. Because right now, from what I'm looking at, you have flat colors, and then you do a texture pass, and then you have shadows, and then you have bounce light, which is all very good. I'm working on the essence of the soul of the drawing. That's not the best place to start. If you're trying to copy the style or get the idea of it, instead of applying what you're seeing to studies that you've done, because I think both of these that you've colored were previously in your drawings. Let me scroll up until I see it. Scrolling up. I think it's in the other one. Yes, both of these are in the original, right? You and numically resonating with the studies. You gotta show me the reference. You gotta show me the reference. Because I have no context for what prep you have done to be able to color these separately drawn penises, right? Okay, cool. Did you do a copy study yet? And while I have you, can I ask you for a flowchart? For studying? It's highlights. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They are very excellent highlights, correct. They do look really nice. I also appreciate the branded Superman penis. Or I guess it's Connor Kent, but still. Mm-hmm. Very correct. Have you done a reference drawing? Like, have you tried to copy this by looking at it? Why not? Right. So here is, I'm gonna do a quick little thing here. I can't copy this one. We can find something else. Some good art. On my blue sky. Hopefully there's something that is safe for work. That's not what I mean. If you want to be me, there's I don't do what you just did, right? No. What I'm trying to say is that you're not doing it the way that I do it. So you're not me in the sense that you're someone else, right? You're doing something completely different. Okay, let's do this one just because. This is by @Zemis. I should probably put this on top. Okay. Before I do anything. Two S's. Okay, cool. It really can't, and I'll tell you why for a couple reasons, right? What I'm going to try to show you is that if I want to get the colors for this, right? I want to get good at doing the colors for this, right? I can't just be like, okay, we're going to see all the highlights are blue, cool, blue highlights. The warm tones are going to be a little bit warmer on the skin, and you can see the shadow layers are going to be the similar thing, right? Blah, 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 blah. Right? My brain, at least the way I work, does not work like that, right? I need to have to be able to recreate it so I can do it. I'm not going to do this entire thing because that would take way too much time. They have some very complex color layering going on and some texture brushes that I can't recreate. But what I can do is this hand, right? So I can do this hand. So that's what I'm going to do. First thing, I'm going to look at how they're constructing the forms, right? You don't need stats and color theory. What you're doing is you're copying, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to come in and we're going to grab our forms, right? I'm going to say, okay, our hand, right? So we're having, this is the ridge line because that's where the highlight is. So this is the thickness of our hand. It's down here. Cool. It looks like here's the thickness of the pinky. The wrist is coming out. These are all the tendons. So I'm building that up, right? This is just like the trace study we were doing before. I'm building some construction underneath so I understand what's going on. Same thing here. This one starts here. Same thing over here. This one's going to start here. And then we have the thumb pad, which is going to be somewhere down in here. You have a pretty simplistic view of the thumb. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, so this is our figure, right? We have the nails that come over. Let's see how close I was. Not too close on the last one, but the other ones are decently enough. Not forget the thumb. Cool, so you have our structure here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to recreate that right next to it, right? So I'm thinking, okay, I started with the hand, so I want to start with the hand again. I want to have more or less the same shapes in the same area, so about parallel. Same angles, same thickness. This is where digital really comes in handy. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to recreate this small section so that I can then do the colors somewhere else, right? I'm trying to really put it into my brain. This is how this world works, this world operates. I'm looking at lights, I'm looking at temperatures of colors, right? There's a lot of green in here, right? I'm looking at these colors and I'm thinking, escape the horrors of analog. A little bit, yes. We're seeing reds, right? We're seeing some yellows, yellow greens in there. We see some like beiges. I'm thinking about all these colors because I want to find out what the neutral middle color is, right? In the meantime, I'm going to be I'm going to be doing the forms and the shapes and the stuff, right? Thumb pads in here. Fairly simplistic thumb. They do a good job of using the nail to go ahead and like stuff in, right? Cool, 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 cool. That one started here, so we can maybe draw in some of that. Comes out to a little bit farther. This one also has the same perspective as the other one, where it's more like directly towards the viewer. This middle finger is going to come down. And the only reason I'm doing it with this one instead of the other one is so that you can see the process, because I can't do the other one on stream or I will get banned. Otherwise, I would be doing the one that you shared with me. Okay, so we can do this and then we can go ahead and drag it over to see how good of a job we did. Find out where we messed up. I think I made my hand a bit too small overall. That's fine. It's enough that I don't think I'd really have to worry about it. Let's put this over here. Grab this one. Oopsies. I am on lasso fill. Oops, I didn't grab it. Make it a little bit bigger. Until maybe the hand size matches more or less. Sure. And then everything's close enough. Good enough for government work. And then we're going to come in and we're going to leave that there. That's fine. This one, we don't care about this anymore. This was a trace. It's not important. We want to transfer it to our own level of understanding the forms, right? So we're going to use the one that we did, even though it's not correct, right? Even though it's not like 100% accurate, it's still going to get us close enough that we can get to the colors that we want. Okay, so layer underneath. We're going to lay it in our mid-tone, right? Now, something we can do that will help us is to layer in a background. I like to do these studies without color picking as much as I can and only use color picking to guess and check. And here's what I mean by that. The background I can tell is this like purplish, like pinkish, reddish, bluish kind of, this mid-tone, this middle mauve. So I'm gonna come to this middle mauve color. Let's see if I can go ahead and grab that best as I can. And I'm just guessing, right? I'm just guessing. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this in, right? This looks a bit too bright. I can tell that this just looks so, this looks so bright. I'm gonna go ahead and lower it a little bit more. I wanna keep that saturation, maybe desaturate it a little bit. We're gonna try again. Okay, this looks a little bit more realistic, but it looks, maybe I can go a little bit more desaturated and a little bit more towards the reddish. Okay, this is looking better. I've done like 4 checks now. I'm gonna go ahead and just double check. So I'm gonna keep my eye down here on this color wheel. Chat is in the way right now. 1 sec. I'm gonna keep my eyes down on this color wheel, right? I'm going to hover over the place where I was kind of guessing to be the mid-tone for the background, and I'm going to color pick. Okay, so I was way off. So I went way purple, like reddish, and this has sent me almost to blue, right? So without, that's the least chat, yes. Without using this color that I have color picked, I'm going to color pick the color that I started with, and I'm going to now try to correct. I think it was around here. Let's try it. Okay, now I'm going to do the same thing. Come back to that area what I was looking at, color pick. Okay, looks like it's way more desaturated. I can kind of tell that by looking at this. This is just too dark, right? So we're kind of in the right area. I'm just gonna go more desaturated. And you can see all of these layers underneath where I'm like doing these guess and checks, right? This is how your eye gets better at seeing colors, is guessing and checking. So this process of like doing this guess and check is very important to building your foundation for like art stuff, right? And it's only possible if you're like trying to do a recreation of a master study, right? Or if you're going outside and you're painting from reference. It's great that you looked at someone's penises and then you were like, I'm gonna try to apply those colors here, right? But if you're admitting to yourself that you don't really know color theory that well, like I feel like I'm very weak in my color study, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go ahead and keep going back and forth on this until I can get really good at it, right? Maybe someday in the future, I'll be able to see someone's like, oh, okay, they've got this here, this kind of stuff, this shadow, blah, 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 tends on the warmer side, more saturation, and I'll be able to do something that feels like it's in the same like area, right? The same zone. But until then, I'm gonna keep doing studies like this. So, have this, let's go ahead and check again. That one's not in the same place. Oops, there it is. So that's where I am trying to get to. This is where I'm at. A little bit to the left and a little bit more down. Okay. Let me go ahead and double check. And they have a lot of color mixing, so it's never going to be perfect. It is very hard, I know. It's never going to be perfect also, right? So we're just going to go with this as the background. It gives us the same color area for the background. And next, we're going to look at this area right here, right? That I didn't cover up. And we're going to try to find the middle color, right? What is the color that is shining through, that is unaffected by the light, that is unaffected by shadows, by the bounce light, all things. We're finding the core color. Now you can people have different preferences. I prefer to aim towards the light side, right? So the medium temperature of the color would be around this band of skin tone color that we're seeing right here. And for me, I'm gonna pick that. Other people might come to this area right here and be like, okay, this thumb is going to have where the medium color temperature I'm gonna go for, right? I forget the word for it immediately, but whatever. We're going to go ahead and try to find that color, right? If you do color picking for a professional project, are you a bad artist? No, right? It depends. It depends on whether you like to add light to stuff or if you like to take away light, right? So it's just kind of where you're coming at from preferences. Try both. Do whichever one feels good. I'll show you how to do one and then you just do the exact opposite for the other. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Because all color is relative, right? All color is relative. There is no such thing as a distorted color, right? We're just trying to find the neutral midtone. So this is still a bit, probably needs to be a bit redder. I'm looking at this down here. See where this direction, right? I'm looking here at my colors. I'm guesstimating here, which one is warmer. Like, is my color brighter than this color, less than this color? I can even do a little check, right? Okay, my color is still a little bit too dark. So we'll go a little bit brighter. And then we'll check again. It's like, okay, this is now way too yellow and it needs to be more desaturated. Okay. It's like, okay, this is still way more yellow, it needs to be more red. Okay. Like, okay, this is pretty good. I think it could still be a little bit more desaturated. That's not too bad. Could use a little bit more red. And there we go. That's pretty much a match. Close enough for my sake. Don't know color theory words? This isn't color theory. This is just like looking at the color. I have this color, right? And let's say I picked some random ass color, right? I want to get this color to match my first color, right? Let's zoom in a little bit so we can see, right? I want to get this color to match this color, right? Color theory words for distorted. Also, my music is a bit loud. My apologies. Okay, I don't want to be shouting over my music. So, we have this color and this color. I want my second color to look like my first color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assess. Is the color that I am picking for brighter or darker than this? My color right now is darker. So what am I going to do? I'm going to come up, right? I'm just make it really easy for myself. I'm just going to come up. Okay. I can't tell if they're brighter, right? I think this one's darker, but I can't really tell. One thing I can tell, is it more saturated or less saturated, right? What's going on? Wait. What's up? I can turn, well, I guess it doesn't matter. We're still doing color theory work. Which this isn't color theory. This is just the flow chart for color matching. Fundamental recaps, the color gets brighter when we go left, right on the box. Left and right on the box is saturation. Up and down is brightness. And then hue is the wheel all the way around. Technically, going down is adding a shade and going up is adding a tint, but we're not going to talk about that. That's a whole separate thing. And it's also not super relevant for working digitally. So anyway, I can't really tell which one of these colors is brighter, right? You're fine. I'm literally giving you the step-by-step, the play-by-play. We can pick any color we want, right? If it makes you feel better, you can pick what color we start from, and then I'll show you the step-by-step to how to match the color. Go ahead and pick whichever color you like. I can't tell which one's brighter. It's alright. No problem. Green, sure. So we're gonna pick, I'm gonna pick this forest green just because it's pretty far off, right? Right here, I can't really tell which one is brighter, but I know that there is more red in the color that I'm trying to match than the color that I have. So immediately the first thing I'm going to do is go away from green. I'm going to just grab somewhere in the same hue spectrum. Okay, now we have kind of a similar hue, maybe? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I know that the color that I have picked is darker. I can 100% tell that the color that I have picked is darker than the color that I have, that I'm trying to match. So I'm gonna make things easy for myself. I'm just going to go up on the box, right? I can tell that this is way too bright. So you're gonna come back down, right? I can't really tell which one is brighter. On the other camera, I can tell that the one that I've picked is still a little bit brighter. But the one that I'm trying to match is for sure less saturated. So that's the next thing. I can tell that it's less saturated than the color that I have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move left on my box. Yes, wait. Grayscale mode for this? No. You can, right? You can use it. But for the purposes of practice, I recommend not using it, right? That gives you a whole different thing. That's like, okay, this is me doing all three of them at the same time. Grayscale removes hue from the equation, right? And I think that that's perfectly valid if you're trying to use it as the tool. If you're trying to practice it, and you're not gonna, okay, so here's the thing, right? I once asked my friend to teach me how to play cello. This is tangentially related, but it's related, I promise. I once asked my friend to teach me how to play cello, right? He let me borrow his cello for a while. I didn't really practice. But anyway, one lesson we had, right? I put the tapes on the thing and I was like, okay, wait. Don't they start teaching by like plucking the strings instead of using the bow? And my friend is like, sometimes they do. But realistically, you're going to be spending 90% of your time using the bow. So it's just easier to start you all at the same time. So it all feels comfortable later instead of trying to have to constantly adjust. It feels a little worse at the beginning, but overall it's faster. So when I'm talking about this, right? Can you use Grayscale to do this stuff? Yes, but the only thing you're training is your ability to sense value, right? If you absolutely cannot tell whatsoever what's going on with value, then switch it, and that helps you practice. Yeah, basically practice how you play, because practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So I recommend practicing with all three at the same time, because unless you are someone who's going to only work in black and white, you have the tools that make it really easy to practice. If you were doing traditional, I'd say, yeah, work with your ability to do values by looking at a subject and using just a pencil to get the values, right? That's how I get it. Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes for perfect. But if you don't practice perfectly, you don't get to be perfect. Anyway, I can't tell which color is brighter. So I'm going to work on saturation, right? Saturation is going to take me left and right on the keyboard. Right, sorry, this box right here. I can tell that this color here has a higher saturation than this color. How can I tell? I don't. I don't have a way to tell you. This one's a beat your head against the wall until you figure it out, right? So I'm going to show the exact opposite. What does it look like when I push it to an extreme, right? I think I can't tell if it's saturated, but I can't tell if it's bright either. So I'm going to go ahead and say, maybe it needs to be more saturated. I'm going to drag left and right is saturation. So I'm going to drag to the right. My color has not gotten closer. So now I'm going to go the other direction. Okay, we haven't gotten closer, but we've gotten in a different direction, right? Can we call it the Robbie box? The Robbie box. I don't think that's how we should call the hue box. I think on my screen on the left, I can see that it looks closer, which I think for most of you guys, these colors look fairly close. On my screen with my drawing tablet, it's way different, right? It's just one of those colors that looks really different. It looks almost green now, and that's just because it's relative to the other one. It looks greener in hue. But I can tell that, okay, maybe I need to be more red. So I'm gonna go redder. Okay, now I think I'm too dark again. So I'm going to go up on my wheel. Bam. Okay, now I'm thinking I'm a little too unsaturated. Tan and olive green. Sure. Now I'm looking at these two and I'm thinking, I think that the color that I'm picking is not saturated enough. I'm gonna go right. Too saturated. All right. Back here, getting pretty close. The color that I'm picking is a bit darker. I'm gonna go up just a little bit, small steps. And now they're pretty much the same color. I can tell that if I color pick between them, this one is literally like, if you look at the bottom left, you can barely see it move. Between the two of them. So we got fairly close. I would say this is close enough. The original color is a little bit yellower, right? And a little bit brighter and more saturated. But yes, this is just practice to get color matching, right? Because that's part of the study that we're doing. Cool. So now that I have my color more or less matched, I'm going to go ahead and start filling in the midtone. Just however you prefer to fill in stuff. Falling so slowly, tiny fragile shells drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy comes marching home. Brave soldier boy. So the nails are different colors, so I don't have to fill that in. Peaceful coloring, right? I remember when I was drawing this, that this one is a bit too high, so I'm just gonna keep it a little bit low. Right? You're just gonna work on it like this. Okay, so we've got this mid-tone put in. Cool. So now, if this is all just a guessing game, then does that mean this offers no real value for one's art? No, because it lets you see colors a little bit better, right? We're trying to do the recreation, right? The guessing game is trying to figure out how they put it apart. So while yes, there is a lot of guessing going together, we also want to be thinking about why they use these colors in these places, right? So, for example, if we look at this section of the character, because next we want to do some of the shadow shapes, right? So if we look here in this area, I wanted to get the red. Why did not give me red? In this area for the shadow shape, it's the side plane of the face, right? The side facing plane. So that means that this side is not looking at the viewer, or this side is more looking at the viewer than this side, right? And so they've decided to go with a looks like darker, redder version of this color, right? For the value for the shadows. Cool. So next we're gonna play our color guessing game for that, right? We're going to find that kind of red shape. So to me, this is my starting color. This is the color I'm trying to match. I'm not going to color pick. We're going to try to get closer to it, okay? First of all, I can tell my color is much too bright. Darker. Now I'm much too saturated. Less saturated. Now I am much too dark still. Less saturated. Cool. Still brighter. Okay, still maybe a little bit more saturated. I'm getting closer, but it needs to be a little bit darker. Okay, which one is redder? Which one is purpler? I think the base one that I'm trying to match is a little bit more purple. Okay, we're getting there, but it needs to be a little bit less saturated. Maybe a little bit brighter. A little bit redder. Getting pretty close. I think I could still stand to be a little bit more saturated and a little bit darker. I think I was wrong about the saturation. There we go. This is much closer. This is just like the MetaZoo game, right? The MetaZoo game that we were playing, where we're guessing from ends of the spectrum, right? And finding the middle, right? Is that done to purely find the contours of the hands? To a degree, yes. This definitely needs to be a little bit less saturated like that. No, I was definitely closer before. Maybe a little bit redder. There we go. It's pretty close. I think I could go with a little bit brighter. No. That's too dark and saturated. Maybe a little bit more saturation. Actually, yeah. And then a little bit brighter. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and color pick to find out. A little bit less saturation, a little bit redder, a little bit darker. That's too much, but we can go ahead and take a look. A little bit redder and a little bit more brighter and more saturated. Cool, perfect, color matched. Perhaps it's okay if we just color pick the rest? No, because I'm doing a study for myself now, right? And it's very important to take your time with these things. Cool. So we're just gonna lay this shadow area in everywhere we would see it, right? So that's the side plane of the hand. And then it's going to be the bottom of this finger. It's going to be all of this thumb. Right? It's going to be the tips of this finger, and it gets a little bit darker around here. And I'm not using a multiply layer or anything. Right, we're just getting stuff laid in. They use very different shadows on the top side of the hand. But this one still has this. Like that. And then we can see this line here. Maybe it's like that. Cool. And we're just going to speed run through a little bit some of these colors. So the top I can see is much more of like a greenish. I'm going to say that it's more of like a cyan, cerulean sort of desaturated bluish. You want to get as close as you can in this little box here before you do anything. Definitely more desaturated, a little bit yellower. Oof, way off. Close to mine. Wow, that's red? Damn, that's crazy. This is blue though, right? That goes to show you how context can definitely change the appearance of a color. More redder and darker. Let's desaturate a little bit yellower. Okay, that's gonna be close enough. We're gonna put this anywhere we would have the shadows. On this side. Alright, cool. And then we'll do like 2 more colors. We'll do the cyan for the nails. I'm not too worried about that one, so I don't really care too much. I'm just putting them in for the context of it. I'm not going to try to grab the texture. I'm just trying to grab the color of it. Right, so this one definitely needs to be like a darker blue. It's more in the shadow. Okay. And I want to add 2 more colors. Just like teal highlight. And down here. And then, what is this color? It's just a darker version of this. That's close enough to me. This one definitely has blue. Okay. I'm gonna just color pick this one up here for the sake of time. And then what I prefer is take this layer with a liner. That's not the right one. Take this layer with line art, Control X, Control V, and then we're going to fill it with a more like mid-tone-ish color, right? A little bit like darker color of this reddish. And then unlock the transparency and fill. And then we merge these both down together. And this is where we're going to go ahead and start to see a lot more of the brushwork coming in. This is the painter side of things. We're going to now use a textured brush. If you don't have a textured brush, the default watercolor, what's it called? Default round brush, water brush is a pretty good texture brush. You can also use gouache. Gouache is pretty good too for texture. Let's go with that. Let's draw with gouache. With gouache. So this is default, and this is gouache. It tends to be pretty good for this kind of stuff. I want to grab a highlight. I'm going to make sure my density of paint is quite low. And we're going to go ahead and just grab this color. Move it a little bit along the hue towards yellow, towards lights, right? Yellow tends to be more light, blue tends to be more shadow. There are instances where this is not the case, but those are like, in general, yellow means light, right? So you want to add more yellow to something than you want to add more white, because it will keep your color saturated. So it's too bright. And too big of a brush. I think about 22. Still too saturated. I want to get more of maybe like a pinkish instead. There we go. That's the color that I want. We can change, increase our density of paint again. Grab some of this green coming through here. Blend through. Raise the brush size down. Just kind of like put down and then color pick and then put down again. It's all kind of just gonna blend together. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to salvage these forms, right? Have these forms for the pencil and everything. I'm going to be getting rid of all these lines. So I want to be able to see these forms after I've added all of this, right? So I'm not going to just like look at shapes, right? Well, technically I am just looking at shapes, but I'm trying to see the form they represent without the lines, right? Maybe a little bit smaller because this brush is really fucking unwieldy. Right? I'm gonna use this blue to give me my bounce light. And I'm going to use this darker blue here as this sort of like shadow color here. And I want more of a red, like a bright saturated red. So I'm just going to grab a bright saturated red and I'm going to let that blend into this. And once I get a color I'm happy with, I'm going to color pick that color because the brush has blending inside of it. And so we're just going to take that and draw with it. Could be a little bit more pink purple. So I'm just going to grab pink purple. Okay. Mix a little bit more of that other color in. Grab this yellow, come in and mix it. Grab this blue that I'm getting. Grab some of this green red, pull it through. Right, we're trying to get these forms to pop. Same thing. Maybe some more desaturated color in here. Yeah, there we go. Now I want this red, but much brighter, and I want a smaller brush size so I can get this line here. Because this is our, not ambient occlusion, this is our, what is it called? When the color disperses through underneath. And there's a lot of color settings that I don't really understand, I'll be honest. Like, I don't know how to change this brush so that it has more pickup, less pickup, all that stuff. All these settings on the left are pretty much unknown to me. So every time I pick up a new brush, I'm kind of just like working with what I've got. Subsurface scattering, there you go, that's the one. That's the one that I want. You know what I want? Ooh, 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 baby. I try to preserve saturation as best as I can. Now, their method has their lines coming through a lot more in the end. I'm just kind of painting through this, though. Right? I'm trying to look at your like mini view or whatever. If you're painting big helps, right? Next on the Steams test. We're going to look at the reference. We're going to look at mine. Blur your eyes a little bit. Try to find out where all the shapes are. This is still too saturated. We're going to grab some more of this desaturated color here. Blend that in. Maybe too much of this. Maybe grab the cyan instead. We want to grab definitely some more of this here. Darker blue coming through. This is our like core line. Remember in color theory we have that core shadow? That's what this dark blue is going to be here. So we're going to put it more or less in the same place. We have a very sharp line here. So we're just going to grab that main color that we have. Maybe a little bit more green to the right. Keep that saturation up. Looks like they do just kind of grab a green. Yeah. Kind of blend that through. Just believe that eventually it will blend in. And they have way more stroke efficiency than I do. You're going to get that refinement of shape later when we have more intentional sort of like content. Is Shadow made on Blue Sky? Is it? I don't know. Maybe. I think Blue Sky is just not really great at distributing content. More of this aquamarine blue. More of this blue in here. Maybe if we had more density of paints, now that I have some of the colors that I'm trying to work with. Or maybe some more amount of paint. Blue Sky, view page for, or whatever is trash. All my posts are hidden? What? Wild. Well, whatever. To be expected, I guess. Looking for these mid-tone colors I can add in here. As soon as you start to see the form, then you know you're in. You're in the zone. It's true. I only go to my follow page. I mean, listen, I am like a porn artist, right? That sometimes does porn, ironically enough. So it's all right. It is what it is. I just don't have a really big following, and that's unfortunately helps a lot. I really wish the only thing that I can ever really complain about this XP Pen tool is that it's just really shit at this making things bigger and smaller, because my brush size feature is broken, I guess. I don't know. You see, we're going around and we are just color picking in different areas, using the colors that blend out of this brush to kind of inform decisions and like values and changes and stuff. And we are looking and trying to reference and copy. I mean, my account is listed as not safe for work, so. So if you're paying attention or following along, we're starting to get to this point where it's easy to start seeing forms and like lights and shadows and values, right? We really want to hunt for this sort of like space where it's like things are starting to make sense, and what we're doing is we're adding colors to change the hues of things. And we're trying to think about the forms underneath. Hey, how's it going, Moob? They prefer Kit, I think. That's what I've been told. So I'm seeing the wrinkles of the hands, right? I'm seeing the parts of the tendons that stick up and out. Pushing this into the background. This is where a bigger brush would be useful, so I'm going to grab a bigger brush. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce. I'm losing it, but that's okay. We're going to just kind of keep checking on. We are going to just keep on checking. Just cast shadow from the other finger. More of this highlight shape coming through. If you start to get lost in one area, go to somewhere else. This bright cyan, I want to get this bright cyan back. Trying to find these shapes again. Bigger brushes help with bigger shapes. Keep reminding yourself of that. Let's just take this back to a plane. Have that indent on the finger and the palm, the transition. Just looks like a sausage. Not to get political, but can Superman in the movie is a bit of a can? A jobber? What? Mm. I'm trying to 3D model a gun part. In measurements, parts I have, almost every measurement is 1 centimeter or 5 millimeters. Maybe because gun's supposed to be like all American or whatever, but it's metric perfectly. It's because most guns are actually like designed to use metric. That's why we have 0.5 millimeter rounds, right? Or 5 millimeter rounds and shit like that. What am I missing here? Want this to be where the indent for the tendons are. To get some actual yellow in there. Probably orange. This dark blue comes over way more than I'm putting on. Plenty of other things, huh? Hand holding the squash. Hardness 2, the firm, the soft. There's lots of the drawing settings that Moob was talking about is correct, right? You want to change the values to do that. No, I'm focusing on the colors here, right? This has a lot of like yellow in it. And then add a little bit of a highlight. Why did it do that? That's the wrong one. No longer on the right brush. This is also not the right brush. What am I doing? That should be more yellow for sure. Desaturated yellow though. Can't draw hands, cannot do this. Do your prompt for this week. Fit this into the study of finger guides. Okay, wait, fit what? Koi last week? Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm going to my second figure and then It's my second set of figures, and then what's going to happen is I'm going to work on the comic stuff. It's true. Let's add just like a cerulean. Supposed to sprung before moving on flowchart, please. Sometimes I do flowcharts. It depends though. Depends on if they're terribly useful or not. I don't know if this one would be very useful. Because I'm not really doing... Well, I am doing something that's flowchart, because I don't really think in that way. But what I mean is, the only flowchart I can really give you right now is the color matching flowchart. Everything else here is just shape and form. Birds? What? Wait, what? What's going on? I'm confused. I am El Confuso. Nope, it needs to be darker. No, it needs to be more saturated, so it needs to be... You're taking you? Wait, what? I don't... what's happening? Red Panda? That's too saturated. Really small brush. Actually, I could probably just change to a pencil brush. Well, whatever. This is probably fine. Now, you don't always need an outline for shapes. In fact, I think this works rather fine if you don't. The rest of this would just be like going in with a smaller brush and refining what you have. And then they have probably a multiply layer is what I would guess for this, the color in the background. So if I do a new layer, change it to a multiply, and then picked like a reddish brownish color. Pretty bright also. I tried to draw this pattern. Yeah, actually. Kind of keeping in mind how the topology of the hand moves and works. Then we just lower the opacity on it. About there. Ta-da! Okay. I like multiply a little better. It retains saturation. That's a personal preference. Do I want to like do anything about this? Maybe a little bit. What the hell? But yeah, that is the general, just an overview of how you might go about adding, what's it called? Doing these studies, right? Private Twitch chat, you aren't allowed in our section. But yeah, once you do this, right, you get a feel for how the painting has been going, then you can go ahead and do like, I don't know, what's on the side here. Let's just draw with the main. Draw another hand in another style, right? And here's where you're trying to grab a lot of the same like aesthetics and styles and all that junk. So now I have more of an understanding of what makes everything so much harder, not smarter. Down, though I still feel like it's all far beyond my grasp. Yes, don't disagree, especially where I am now. Sure, I think it might be beyond your grasp too. Does that mean you should not try to do this? No, you should still try to do this. Because this is the working harder. This is not necessary. This is probably the same. The working harder and the working smarter in this case are going to be the same. Oopsies. Right, we can go ahead and grab that color that we picked, put it in all the places where we think would be nooks and crannies. So I'm just gonna have this value. And then on the other side, wherever we think we're still gonna have this like plane of like dark value, we can add this other color that we've gotten. And as things get away from our view of sight, we know that we're going to add this blue color. We just come up here, we grab this blue color. And it's almost like a rim light, the way they use it. And then we might say, okay, well, this side has light because it's being hit by the shadow above. And then we have the darkness coming down here. We have light because this is hitting above too. And then we can get real dark in these corners down here. Maybe not quite that, because I'm trying to like show that we're bending away. Cool, what else do we have? We have this green, this beautiful green color that's happening on the shadow side. Whenever it's casting shadows, we're casting these green shadows. Right. Don't forget some of this orange on the fingertips where there's light. And then this beautiful red at the very tips. Desaturation. And the rest is just refinement. Just a matter of getting all the shapes in the right place. Just kind of whittle it down until you get to what you're looking for. And feeling does not feel so good, so I never push myself and thus never improve. It is. I agree. I agree with what Kit was saying. I don't know. It depends. Painting can be easy if you're good at seeing forms in shapes. Sometimes that's the hard part for people, though. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't try and you shouldn't fail. If you're failing a lot, make it easier for yourself, right? You want like maybe a 70 wins to every like 70% win rate, right? Color is the opposite of objective. It is incredibly subjective. Matching colors, values, and all the shenanigans. Message leave by moderator. Wait, what happened? Colorblind, I can't do it. Think of possibilities. Cultural censorship? Wait, what? What happened? Oh, it just said fuck off, cunt. Why did you delete that? There shouldn't be any. Oh, the Cosmic Thorax is the, I'm assuming was a Skyboo, whatever. Alright. Spent entirely too much time doing this and not enough time doing the thing that I'm supposed to be. Accidentally got moved. At least you didn't accidentally ban them. That's the important part. They would have had your mod license if you'd accidentally banned them. I want the section that's pointing towards us the most. Maybe down here. Right? A couple of places up here and stuff. Ooh, could use a little bit more color, I think. I'm just going to grab a bit of a wash. And by wash, I mean just take a brighter color and just lightly paint over the bottom here. So that all it does is it overlays on these. It's probably maybe even take a redder color so we have more color separation. But yeah, we hope not. Wait, no free speech here, only sprung speech. Okay, cool. And that's good enough, right? For me, I think it's close enough. It's not a flow chart. We need a verbal roadmap of what to think next. What to draw next. Okay, so let's give the flowchart. Let's do the flowchart, I guess, for how to color match. Okay. Color match. Because that's realistically the same as what you're trying to do, right? What you're trying to ask is, I need a flowchart for how to paint. And the flowchart for how to paint is really just kind of It's not color related? What do you mean? It really is, because this color matches like 3 things, right? Give baby a treat. Okay, we'll give the baby a treat. I know. I know. And back on the camera. No, I will not. I don't know, because someone asked me to. Flowchart of mechanical design, a discussion of the weekend about topic of shapes and their importance in developing form, getting better overall. I want to keep that momentum and focus, so I thought, what better than mech designs? I'm going to spend the foreseeable week studying mechs and mechanical designs. I have an additional challenge for you. Because this is really easy with mechs, right? After you've mastered the primitive shapes, right? The next thing you could work on is how to modify those primitive shapes. I think there's 4 types of modification you can do to a primitive shape. Let's just pretend this is a rectangle. So there's a few modifications you can make to a primitive shape. I can't remember exactly. I think there's 4. We'll find out as we go, right? We can take this shape and we can add to it, right? So we can add, I don't know, a sphere. You've already done some of this. You can add a sphere to this shape, right? There's addition. There is subtraction, where instead we subtract, right? Let's put it in a more obvious place. Right, we have subtraction. That can be just like when we do the model for this box, now it looks like it has. The wireframe goes through. Right? I probably should have done this from the start. And we have, what are you drawing? Nothing. I am just taking shapes and I'm putting them together. We have distortion, which is just like stretching the shape. Just trying to maintain the same idea of the shape, right? As I'm drawing this, right? You can also do, these are like more CAD techniques, right? You can hollow out the shape, which is a subtraction, but of form. So we have the outline of the shape. But now it is hollowed out. That we can see the thickness of said shape. So if it's this thick, right, we need something that comes up this way. Like that. So we know it's about here. Goes all the way up to here. Oh my god. Why does this look weird? Okay. Hollowed out shape. You can also take a rigid body. So a cube like this. And you can chamfer it. And by that, I mean you take all of the edges. And you give them a, like a bevel-ish thing. God, my old boss was probably like, that's not a chamfer right now. Right? Take that. And so that's an effect applied to the edge, right? And then you can combine these things, right? So if I take this rigid body and I chamfer the outside, but then I also hollow it out. Right? Now I have this machine-looking part. Right? And there you go. This is how you would design for mechs, right? Because imagine if you have a mech leg, right? Hip joint, mech leg, right? So let's think about what the bottom, like the core of it is, right? We have maybe some sort of mechanism that's going to hold the hips in place. Chamfered, whatever, right? Maybe some like artificial chamfers or something on this unit, right? And it has a ball socket joint and it has a piece of welded metal that comes down for the main attachment point, and then it has like a slip ring on top. Right? And I'm taking this, I'm making these shapes by having a cylinder. And then I'm taking a, what's it called? A circle, and I'm putting it, or a different cylinder at a different angle, putting it on the other end, right? And then I'm coming in and I'm hollowing it out. And I am subtracting by removing this section. Right? So that's how I'm making all of these forms. So I'm applying addition, subtraction, multiplication, not multiplication, sorry. Addition, subtraction, hollowing out, chamfers, all this stuff, right? I'm applying them on an individual form basis. You going to take advice from a man who's only drawn one robot? It's not too inconvenient. Will you please go over the construction lines on paper? Which ones? I think they're talking about themselves. Oh, that's Control D, not Control C. Cool. So I have these shapes, but I need something to go over it. For the shapes you're drawing, going over the boxes in your head. That's what this is, right? This to this to this, right? I'm removing this section, right? And then I'm removing from this section the same thing. That's how I'm getting rid of that to get to this, right? Ball stick joint thing. I'm doing that. That's just right here, right? On the other side, I'm just doing a sphere at the end of it, right? That's how I'm getting these shapes right here. And this is like what you're thinking of underneath this armor plate, right? Because now I can take something like this and apply it to the leg here. And so we have, again, hips of the robot, some chamfer going on, some other socket joints, right? Have the pelvis or the cod piece, right, on top. And then instead we have on top of this joint, to protect it, we have, right, some chamfered piece of metal that's going to sit on top to protect that joint. And then we have another one that's going to do the same thing. It's going to be hollowed out maybe in the middle. Maybe we'll add like a little thigh gap in here, right? You can see inside. And we can use the line weights to really emphasize those are separate. And then we have this muscle coming down here, or joint or whatever, right? And then we have it end in this joint, which then like is a knee, that the knee kind of comes in and goes underneath here. And so it needs some sort of space to like slide or groove along that. And then here it like comes back down and it is on top of the other one. So if you want to draw mechs and robots, you just start thinking about boxes and shapes. Using an AutoCAD software would help a lot. Do I need to be able to draw perfect cylinder circles to be able to draw believable cylinders? You just need to be able to draw the same circle. So cylinders are naturally hard for me at this point. Drawing circles are easy if you just draw them, zoom out, smaller scale. Your shoulder also goes in circles, your wrist is an egg shape. Yep. The springy circles drills, but I'm not there yet. Training. My biggest recommendation is don't worry about getting like the perfect circle, right? You can draw whatever circle as long as you're able to copy this circle, right? Believably enough at a different scale, right? That's the only thing you need to do for cylinders to make them believable. And maybe be able to understand where that curvature is happening. So for example, this part is quite round. Let me zoom in so it's easier for you guys to see. This part is quite round. This part is kind of flat. So when I drew my second circle, I did this line first, right? So I made this one curve out so it looked flatter, and I made sure this was rounder. How are you able to know all these parts? Think about it in your brain as like a piece of paper, right? I want to put this piece of paper on this leg. So I have to curve the piece of paper around. Right? And then the only thing I'm doing is I'm adding thickness to that paper. By mirroring the shape that I just drew. Right? And maybe I make it a little bit more robotic by adding some harsher lines. Right? And then you just kind of put them on top of each other, right? This is where that hollowing stuff out comes from. If I draw a cylinder and I hollow it out, it doesn't really matter on the bottom. And then I draw the second line, right? And now you can put a tube in here that goes through it, right? Does that make sense? Just erase what you can't see. Bam. You got yourself a tube going through a cylinder. And then the same deal, maybe you do it with a box instead, right? Maybe you decide that this part of the box is going to go up and this part's also going to go up. So they have to be turning away from each other. And then you still have that cylinder going through the middle. But this all goes down. Just erase the part that you can't see. Bam. Just like that. I'm thinking about the perspective, how these things are disappearing into space. Right? I can come back and refine it over time if things don't make sense. So I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about getting the general idea of things in place. And we add our line thickness to places where we want it to look like it's definitely going in. We erase the parts that we can't see. Right? Use something from Peter Hahn's book? Sure. Mm-hmm. Related to mechs, of course. My recommendation, by the way, if you want to do mechs, don't think of them as different from the human form, right? We have the shoulder, the muscle for the bicep, have the forearm coming out, right? That's where the chest would be. That's a bit big. That's still a bit big. That's a bit small now. Now, just do the exact same thing. Right? And I'm not, like... sorry. Take this and then just draw some lines through it, right? Okay, what is the cylinder shape? Is this? Cool, let me just make it block, block. all the way down, block, block, right? Up, flat, down, right? Take the human anatomy and start breaking it down into these blocky shapes, right? Where do these muscles end? Where can you add these little spaces in between of muscles that maybe you didn't know existed, or it might look cooler if there wasn't a muscle there or something, right? Maybe this section right here can be like a gear window or something. It's shaded out, right? Big lines in between all of the metal plates that you have going. Block, block, this goes all the way around. You don't need this little tangent piece that's sticking to it. Maybe this is a bone piece or a metal piece, right? Here we can have like a cuff rink or something. And the way we robot is just by reducing forms and then removing unnecessary details, right? This section here, I could have something here, or I can use this opportunity to make the muscle underneath block out here, and then we have a much thinner bone piece coming through, and I can add a joint. So I can add like a little joint window thing. Don't try to run away from this human anatomy. Really embrace it, and that's how you can get like Gundam pieces and stuff, right? Hand, we have the thumb block, so maybe you have a thumb piece. Really blockify that shape. Block, block. Hand, right? Maybe this piece is its own section. And then this has here. Right, or maybe you want to take this like that, and then this is just like an empty space. Just erase the parts that you can't see or you don't need anymore. You have cables falling down, right? Springs, whatever you want, right? All these things kind of come together. Yeah, just human anatomy with hard edges. All this is knowing things connect in the first place. Yeah, pretty much, right? Same with mouth, cat, and y'all. Exactly, exactly. So this is why I recommend knowing biology. This is why I recommend being curious about everything. This is why I recommend trying to learn as much about the natural world as possible. Because what you're trying to do is you're not trying to make something that's real. You're trying to make something that's believable, right? You can really push yourself to make something that would work fundamentally. That goes into engineering and design and stuff. But just like how you don't need to make this box look like it has realistic perspective, you just kind of have to get close enough to believable. You don't have to make a robot that would actually function. You just have to make something that looks kind of close enough. People will believe this is a mech and it looks way busier than it is, right? You saw me just like do this in a couple of seconds here. A couple of seconds is an exaggeration, but in like a few minutes. And why? Because I'm taking anatomy that already exists and I'm just like reducing forms and stuff, right? Could I then take this and make another arm with it? Yeah, I can. Let's turn it around. Let's put it like this, right? Block, block, like that. On the back side, we have block, 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 right? We have this joint sticking out, bam, bam. And then here, this forearm comes and sticks here, right? Mostly we'd see this muscle. So we can just go block, 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 round, block. And then we have the cuff. And then we have the other muscle that we'd see from the backside, have the joint, right? Maybe we can say this entire back of the hand is a single plate. And we have block here, the thumb sticking out, blocking again, and you have rock, right? Block, 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 block. Joint coming through, all that stuff, right? Other muscle on the bottom, right? Put some cables and shit by just drawing some thick lines and then erasing in between. This part was pretty dark in the other ones. Maybe we'll darken this up, right? This illusion of complexity comes from a mastery of the form. You can do that too, sure. Probably could have made this much thinner. And we can just say that this is where that stops it, right? Right, maybe I want to add some cool decals or something. Add just another form on top. Because I know what this form looks like from every angle. I can just keep adding it to every single shape that I do, right? Technically, this would be more like this. Right? Knowing these forms in perspective allows us to just like literally slap it on there, right? We're just adding geometry to geometry. It doesn't even have to make a ton of sense. It just has to kind of look close enough. And the human brain will be like, oh, okay, I kind of know how that fits together. Notice the perspective is not really the important. Yeah, you just kind of have to get close enough to be believable. That's it. But I really, that's why I think anatomy is pretty fundamental if you're trying to draw from imagination. Because all mammals have the same muscle structure, more or less, right? We have the same amount of bones here and there, more or less, right? A human's arm looks like this, right? A bat's arm looks like this. I think that the bat has the hook coming out here. And then they have the fingers and then the hands and shapes and stuff like that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then there's just like a membrane connecting through there, right? This is what a bat's arm looks like also, right? It's the same bones. They're just stretched out in different ways. Chicken's hand looks also pretty much the similar, right? They have technically there's a second bone in there. Have the same thing. I know this because I've been spending the last week breaking down chickens for my chicken stock and stuff, right? Right? Cool. They have the hands and they have all these like whatever, right? It's like extended. All their fingers are kind of reduced and they have the feathers that come off of these bones, right? So you know one anatomy, and you know if you know tetrapod anatomy, you can pretty much do any tetrapod, right? Bat wings are pretty good for dragons, yeah. What's it called? You want to do muscle structure, right? If you want to do a dog, right? You're going to have the same pectoral muscles. They're just going to be distorted in a way that they're coming up here. The shoulder blade is also going to do here. It's going to connect up higher, right? We have the rib cage that comes this way. Their bicep is here. Their forearms connect to here. And then their wrist is here, but their foot connects farther down. So this is where their thumb is, up here. Right? Same thing, they have their their thigh muscles are right here, and then that muscle bends back this way. Bicep, forearm, wrist, paw. Right? Distort it however you want. Doesn't matter, as long as you know where the muscles are and they're connected, you can kind of twist them into the shape that you want. We have the neck comes up. Skull shape is like this, right? Nose. Bones are like this, so the nose is like this. Mouth closer to that, because we're looking underneath. Big old barrel chest coming down. Fluff from the neck. You got the trapezius muscle that connects down there. It's okay, it's whatever, right? Some dogs have bigger chests than others. Maho has a fairly big round chest. Like an animal life is connected, but it's some dumb conspiracy. Mecha Maho too, right? This is not what Maho looks like. He has the folded ears. If I wanted to draw Maho, I would draw them like this. Although usually he has his ears even farther back. Like that. And they have more Maho, right? Probably wouldn't even see the other one. More back here. But exactly, right? Science is really good because it teaches us how the world works, and as artists, our job is to kind of cheat the brain and make people see something that's not really there, right? Ça ce n'est pas une pipe. Still have the trapezius muscles coming through. Probably connect more like this. Much narrower breastbone. Clearly punished for their shortcomings, so close yet so far. We all came from the same egg, delivered by the cosmic stock. Giraffes are the chosen ones, for their long neck allows them to communicate with the celestial beasts. Ostrich is punished. Well, I mean, it's the same thing. You've seen the horror one where they try to draw, like, what happens if you draw a human with an ostrich's leg? Well, you have your thigh would look pretty much the same, and then your shin would be like this, and then your foot bone would be this long, and it's just horrifying because your heel's up here, right? They have sinned and thus deserve this punishment. Anyway, Neki boys, the Triassic died, the hubris put them down. And doing these kinds of study improves you like 100 times over. Exactly, right? When you think of things as more interconnected than instead of just like individual, right? It's why I prefer the entire copy color study instead of just like doing the value study, right? If you need to make the color study easier, do the value. But I highly recommend pushing through as much as you can to do the whole copy color from like full color, not just the value, right? It's the same thing with horses. Horses are even more fucked, right? This is their shoulder. This is their like bicep, right? Then this is their forearm here. And then this is their hand bone, right? And then this is like, this is their wrist, sorry. And this is their hand bone. And then they have just one finger that comes down and it's this hoof, right? And we don't think of that because the chest is here. This should probably be long like this. My bad. Yeah, something more like that. I was drawing without worrying about proportions. Sorry. Forearm's much longer. My bad. Same problem though, right? This is their hand bone. And then this is their like finger. So when they run, actually no, what? This is the wrist? Yes. So when a horse runs, it looks like this. Sorry, it's been a while since I've drawn a horse. It looks weird and curled up. It's awful. They die. Yes, because no, you gotta remember, evolution is not efficient, right? Evolution, just whatever works, and it only works for the very specific thing that it became into it, right? Oh, that's not good. But yes, the reason why horses die is because they have the same size arteries as, like, relatively, as humans do for each of their fingers, right? So all of the horse's blood in an excessive amount is running to their fucking fingertips, right? And it is the dumbest way to do anything, because if you get like a cut or like a gush or break that, it's you just bleed out until you die. Because there's too much blood pressure in it. That's why horses get heart attacks so easily. It's because their entire blood circulation system is ass. Their entire blood circulation system is ass. Okay. Oh, I know this one. Those are my latest tweets. What? That's ages ago. What the hell? You need to have adult settings turned on. Wild. Next in general, how do you draw gear clunker boxes as in below? Let's go ahead and do that. So the first thing, if you ever are lost at something, you're like, I don't understand this, I don't know how this makes sense. First thing you want to do is pull a copy of that into it if you can. And like trace paper, all that stuff, right? Bleeding is stopped in time. It's still very hard because the animal then cannot move, right? So can you fix a horse's broken leg? Yes. There is now a fracture in that leg that will more easily break next time. Oftentimes it's considered a mercy to put the horse down because the horse will kind of have a poor life for the rest of their life. But, you know, we can cure them, we can help them, but it's incredibly expensive. And it's unfortunately just the way it is, right? Yeah, listen, all right? God was not bringing his A game when he designed the horse. I'm gonna say. The broken bone has a bigger calcification section at that area, but it also means that there is now more stress points because there's a thick part in the middle of the bone and there's thinner parts around that. So those parts that are next to the bone are more likely to break because of the higher durability of that one section causes increased stress to the parts that are not as thick. You'd have to replace an entire leg, and that's really hard to do. I don't know if anyone has tried to like do an amputee leg for a horse. Don't feel bad about tracing, right? Because what you're doing when you're tracing is you're telling me that you quite literally do not understand how these forms work, right? Which means that you cannot put together the perspective. So what do? We come in here and we draw. Okay, we have this, we simplify. Cool. And we have this over here. Okay, so now we have a cylinder, right? If you want to just like stop and that's the only tracing you want to do, that's fine, right? Now we're going to come over to the side. We're going to draw our cylinder. Same perspective. He's got some lines coming down the middle. This is what's going to be our separation into our next form. Right? Follow the line all the way to the bottom. We have this section here. And this is connected to a separate one down here. And he's doing a little bit of what we call detail mashing, right? This is what AI will do sometimes, is that because artists will use intentional, like random strokes to create detail, the AI doesn't understand that, right? For the human eye, these random detail strokes, right? This right here, we're like, okay, it's the illusion of detail. The AI will look at it and be like, this is a gear. And every time they draw a gear, they'll add this shit. So the AI is unable to discern this stuff. Anyway, moving on. Gear, this sprocket looks like it comes back down to here something, right? Then he's got another piece that comes in, details with like a hatch line or something. Right? Again, he's got like detail lines coming off of it. More stuff in perspective, right? We have our forms, have our another cylinder coming here. Looks like it's giving the illusion of detail, but it's still going to connect to a couple of things, right? We have these lines coming close together, telling me that this is more indented on this side, right? So there is like a gap. Maybe I do this line like this. Abby, I am spreading misinformation. The other break and cannot lie down for long periods of recovery. Right? And we have like details and stuff coming through. He's adding shading to do whatever, right? Got this egg shape for the form coming around it. I'm pretty sure he drew the egg shape first and then he started drawing all these details and stuff, but that's okay. We're doing this for a demonstration. We're not really doing this. Right? We just kind of make it look like it generally would match up. And then he probably just came in with his pen and he filled in all the areas that weren't. Right, so maybe connected this all the way up into the black or whatever. Cylinders, right, with like joins. He's repeating forms and stuff all over the place. He has lines for form lines, and he has like this tubing coming across. all over the place, right? It's kind of, I didn't like do it exactly the same as him because I'm not Peter Han, and I don't think Peter Han could do this exactly the same again either, right? Peter Han would probably just get something kind of close to the approximation of this. He's just trying to give the effect of a bunch of gears. He's not actually trying to draw a bunch of gears, which technically these are pistons, but that's neither here nor there, right? Adding some lines here to give information for the form, right? And then the rest is kind of just filler space. Right? Do we need, I am not the Renewed Peter Han. I would recommend, if you feel bad about tracing, use it to get out of a situation, right? Use it to answer a question, right? Use it to answer an actionable question. Okay, what is the perspective? Let me find a single cylinder here that I can trace over and find out what the perspective is. Okay, this direction, right? Generally, we are looking as the viewers here. So we see that surfaces in this direction are facing this way, right? And this way and this. So we have this general idea, right? And when things come off of it, they come off in this angle, right? Because they are going in this direction, right? I recommend using it for like actionable advice. Same thing. Always look for something that is actionable, right? And this is because you could trace the whole thing and then try to draw the whole thing again perfectly. But for this, that you wouldn't really want to do that, because this is an example of like randomness that implies form, right? You really want to do this, like the trace studies that I was doing with the hand here, right? This kind of trace study you want to be doing when you're trying to like look at form, look at color, look at all these things working together. You don't want to be doing like an entire trace and then like doing everything all over again when the artist used it to fill space. Look at these, look at these fucking cylinders, right? What the fuck is this, right? If you really like zoom in and look at these, it's like circle, 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 whatever, doodle, whatever. And then some of them, not even all of them, have like lines coming through, right? This is just, don't trace this. This is worthless, right? It is excellent as a textural detail. This is not something you need to be looking at and being like, I need to copy this exactly. Right? You just kind of see, okay, how do I copy this? It looks like he's drawing circles, and then every once in a while he'll give a form line, right? So you just try to practice copying that, right? You don't need to trace that. It doesn't provide any information. What you're doing is looking for the form, the main form that's coming through. And then you got circles, circles. He's just got like circles that are generally in the same plane. And then every once in a while he'll put like a copy on the back, gives them some perspective, right? Draw some pipelines, more textural detail, right? Maybe this comes around this way and this gets a little bit bigger, right? Just kind of move your pen roughly in the same direction. And then he's got, when he's adding his values, he's adding them in the direction of the form, so that any parts that he misses gives it the illusion of like shading, right? By the inhuman nature of the fact that he's not going to be able to draw every single one of these perfect lines, he's going to leave like these gaps, and these gaps are going to cause little lines that are going to give you information on the form and the depth, right? This is how you draw like a human being, right? And we zoom in so you guys can see, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about, right? Maybe we draw this in a little bit more, right? Fill it in. post my art. The internet is scary. The internet is scary. My work and weep? What have you done in your work and wept? Top. Behold. That's fantastic. I love that. That's great. Can we use this as a sticker? If the internet ain't ready yet. Is lecture on textures, is that a good idea? I've instead been doubling down on lessons on forms, combining, creating. It's up to you. I think texture is one of those things that is like, if you're trying to move towards a finished look, texture is going to help, right? I don't see how it'll make me draw better robots, you know? It depends, right? What are you looking to do, right? Are you looking to make a finished robot? Because you're gonna need texture to imply material, right? Moob, would it be okay if we used your drawing of this red panda as a sticker for the server? Salsa drawing and AI'd all over it. I still would like to ask. Okay. Cool. Let's see. Where are the stickers? This is my settings. I need the settings for the server. MNO. Is this not going to... Why is it not like this? Needs to be 512 kilobytes max. How big is this file? It is 5 megabytes. It's a bit larger. Let's just do the downscale. Resizer. I should know which ones are around it. There we go. Things down button here. Okay. I need it resize settings. I need it target file size. 500 kilobytes. Resize the image. Believable forms and perspective. I guess I'll come back to texture once I'm confident in my forms. That also works. That's fine. If you're just trying to make believable forms, you don't need texture. Texture is a lot like a highlight, right? I wouldn't say. Oh wait. Cancel. New size is 1.75 megabytes. I need it smaller than that. Kilobytes. PNG for sure. I don't know, it's really big. Maybe just half the size. Maybe just 2,000. Art roadmap and probably my influence map too. Really? Nice. Okay. Why did I not do this? A related emoji to this. Okay, cool. I maybe should crop this, but whatever. I think it's really funny. Okay, I should get back to my figure drawing, which is still up, by the way. If anyone wants to join Discord and draw along, you can still do that. 2/3. Mm-hmm. Aw, baby. Alright, let's merge all these down. Yeah. And let's do our figure drawing. The sheets? Oh, right, sheets. Oh man, this is bigger than I wanted it to be. Huh? Guess we don't really need this section, do we? Oh, this fits. Thanks. Trying to save space. Okay, cool. You know, it's truth. So I need next. I want to be like my face in the figure. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, forms are good. Luckily, we don't have to live exactly like our favorite artists to draw like them. It just takes time and practice. I went too hard on the highlights, I think. Not too bad though, otherwise. I should have gone darker with my secondary shadows. I'm looking at the hand now. I'm thinking about what I should have fixed or could have made better. Anyway, already ordered a dog? What? Calling him Eoham. I did that to my my friend, right? I said, why don't you call the sourdough starter Little Ricky? Because their child's name is Ricardo, Ricky, right? And they were like, no, I don't want to do that. What if you called him Odrakir, the dark wizard, because it's made with a dark flower? And like, yeah, that sounds cool as shit. And they had, I still don't know to this day whether they realized that I just put their name backwards or not, but whatever. Yuham is a cool as hell name. There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. McDonald's in the Pentagon. There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. Where the fuck? Alright, let's do our figures. We've got a little baby boy here. Yes. EP. That's okay. Listens to Brain Rot Classics. So let's do it. My friend posted that last night, and it was good. I liked it. It got me all sorts of distracted. Probably help if I was using actual lines, huh? I don't want to get distracted by the face. Nope. Okay, cool. I'm already very distracted by the hair in general and the torso. That's cool. You're on a unicycle. Ooh, ninja sword guy. Cool. Shape study time. Here comes the owie. Whole new person. Aoi. It's the owie. The owie changes people. Maybe we should make an owie emote. Why don't we have an owie emote? What do you mean by whole new person though, by the way? Just like art style? I feel like my biggest strength is also my biggest flaw, is that I'm just a bit of a chameleon. I kind of get distracted by whatever I want to draw next, right? And it's like usually a completely different style from whatever I'm drawing. So it looks like I'm growing a lot as an artist, and I'm sure I am, but there's no consistency in that growth. It's like, man, this looked really cool, and I never draw that again. Draw something like that again. Quality. Good morning, Death Tomorrow, since I've already bombarded you with questions for today. Huh. I definitely feel like I'm a new person, artistically speaking, with every like project that I start. I'm sure that's not like a bad thing. I'm sure that signals a lot of growth and change. It often feels like I have no, like I'm not a real person. Right? I'm not a real boy. Like I don't have any thoughts or opinions for myself. I only have those that I compare it. Very psychopathic behavior. American Psycho Springy Edition. The same guy again. Let's see if we can do it a little bit faster. So I always get caught up in muscles that he has, because he's got great muscles. I never get around to finishing the rest of the torso, which he has also very good every rest of the body. Sorry. Second take is quite false. Hold on. Just can't do this to me while I'm dying. But I know you'll be asleep by the time I finish. Because it's going to be a half hour. Like my Superman take is pretty much wholesale ripped from overly sarcastic productions, right? Mostly because I just like tend to agree with a lot of the stuff that they do. I also think they have excellent tastes. It's how mine works. Half an hour. I think I might make it. Perhaps, perhaps not. Johnny Samurai. But ironic, it was really funny that you brought up Ben Shapiro, because I literally, before watching Superman, watched someone do a breakdown of like, Ben Shapiro has never watched the original fucking Christopher Reeve's Superman either, right? And like, let me prove to you how. And it's just like, Ben Shapiro's a twat, right? First of all, let's get that out of the way. Dude doesn't have a good opinion on anything ever. But it's interesting. Anyway, the guy broke down a lot of the history of Superman. That's where a lot of my information comes from. Is I tend to watch a lot of videos. Like I was watching one this morning as I was walking Maho, and I need to finish it because it's an hour long, and I was only out there for half an hour. Basically, it's talking about how the classic hero's journey that we've been seeing, right, and how we've seen a lot of women come more into the space of the hero. It tends to be like the hero or the woman becomes accepted by being a man, right? Where it's like the hero's journey is innately masculine, and the current wave of feminism that sees femininity as a prison is like there's this like false equivalency that by becoming the hero, the woman is freed from like the oppression of masculinity, when in fact by becoming this masculine hero, they are instead just becoming masculine, right? And it is no more like a celebration of femininity than the original hero's journey, where the woman is basically just the mother, the prize, the victory, right? You only convert who is the man. Which is fine, right? Again, it's like there is a place for this narrative addition to it, right? But thinking that it's like this has solved all the problems of equality and everything, we're still at this point in our media consumption where masculinity is seen as like the overwhelming power, and that overwhelming power is seen as the right thing. And so by giving women in media this overwhelming power, it's less that we are reducing the effects of like what we value in society, and it's more just transforming the people themselves to be the thing that we value, instead of valuing people for who they are to begin with. There's like I really like the way they're presenting it, because it does to bring it more to the point that I'm doing it, right? For example, with Twink Lantern, I really want it to be like a whole series, but I want to get really good at doing the comic first. So we'll see. But I do like this idea that like oftentimes the portrayal of heroes in media is success through violence, right? And you can disagree with like how that takes a lot of whatever, but a lot of the classic stories are violence. Even superheroes, Superman, Batman, whatever, they're punching people, right? They're not sitting down to like solve every problem, whatever. And they have villains that are designed narratively to be dimensional in the sense that you can only really take them down with violence, right? So I really want to adjust that, or attempt to tackle that ability, right? Because that's Superman's thing, right? Is where he is allowed the privilege to not kill by being bigger and stronger than everyone, right? Like, because he is stronger than everyone, he is given this, privilege of not having to kill, right? And they explore this a little bit in Absolute Superman, right? Where, if you haven't caught up with the most recent one, this is a bit of a spoiler, where Jor-El is talking to young Kal about how he had to kill the lava moles to be able to escape and survive. Talking about how saying we had to is an excuse for horrible things that we've done, right? And it's this idea that just because we had to do it to survive doesn't make it any less wrong. And if we have the ability not to, we shouldn't, right? And it's why he doesn't kill the Peacemaker, Agent Smith, right? And I think personally that is a beautiful message. Super Muscle and Batwing. Remembering is my goat, Batwing. 10 minutes ago. That's fair. Where was I going with that? Right? This idea that like power gives you the privilege, right? And to some extent, it's true, right? If you are not afraid of change or like death or your life, you unfortunately have the responsibility to not take that life because you have the ability not to survive. And that, I think that is one of my favorite messages from Superman, just like as a character, right? If you have the privilege to not have to kill, you have the responsibility not to. And it can transfer to a lot of different ways, right? Hard decisions are hard and it sucks. But if you are economically wealthy to the sense that you can avoid making decisions that would harm people, you are economically now responsible to make the decisions regardless of how hard it would be, right? Because you are doing less harm by taking on that responsibility yourself. That was a bit sloppily worded. I'm sorry. Comic without my consent. It's one scene, right? It's one scene, and we all knew Superman wasn't gonna fucking kill anybody anyway. It's Superman. And they've already stated in interviews that they want to make absolute Superman the same paragon of virtue as regular Superman. It's nothing to be surprised about. But I can understand why you would be upset. But Wonder Woman is fantastic also. Although some iterations of her make her more bloodthirsty, it highly depends on the writer, as always. I like to believe in the like absolute Diana, right? That's fucking, she's awesome. I love this Wonder Woman incarnation, right? It's really good. Anywhere. Soko Parter. Wait, like what? There is the one where she gets like infected by the Riddler, and it's like Batman's the only way to stop her was to. This is like tangentially pulling a scene out of my ass because I don't really have one like that, right? But even Diana in Justice League Unlimited, when she first shows up, she's very much more like warrior Diana sort of thing. It's like, these are monsters, we're just gonna fucking kill them, right? Absolute Diana is a much kinder representation of Wonder Woman, even just compared to like the show, right? But Diana is also sometimes portrayed as this example of like the female character becoming a man, right? She's conventionally very beautiful, but she doesn't care about looks, right? She's someone who has all that power, but wants to be treated like a man instead of a woman, right? It depends, right? Different iterations highlight different aspects. And the original inspiration for Wonder Woman came from the artist's strange relationship that he had with his wife and someone else. I think wasn't a student or an assistant or something, I can't remember. But that is not neither here nor there. Different perspectives since you grounded. It's true. Perhaps. And I might be thinking of ones like Injustice Universe and things like that. I don't know too much about my history of Wonder Woman, I'll be honest. I've just seen snippets of things. It's like saying, well, that one time that Steve Rogers was a Hydra member, and it's like, well, that was like technicality, whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. I saw the drawing where she punched the guy in half. I don't know. Like I said, canon doesn't really matter, right? All of these are campfire stories. I did this one in the previous one that I did. Every incarnation is canonical to the story that it is in. And every iteration is someone's favorite iteration. I don't mean to say like, when I'm trying to say like, oh, this is a representation of the masculinity aspects, I mean that it can be. But it depends heavily on the writer. And there are bad writers and there are good writers. And I have to look at it more to make a more firm statement. I just kind of was saying stuff because it's tangentially related. And she fits the appearance qualities for a heroine that is, you know, classic heroine. And when I talk about the classic heroine, I mean like the hero's journey, right? Although they never complete. That's the important thing to note about comics, is comic book characters never complete the hero's journey. TV shows, just not the same character. It depends, right? Early on it was not. But as we get Diana to look more like a, what's it called? Tough girl or whatever, a boss, it becomes more and more true. It depends on the writer, it depends on the take, it depends on the appearance. And I don't like, it feels like you're taking this to be like, oh, masculine is bad. No, masculine is not bad. It's this great way to like represent like feminine rage, right? This catharsis experience for readers and people. And it's important, right? It's just as important in culture as the other end. To try to say that Diana never has these qualities is to, you know, try to like, again, dismantle that section. She's a very multi-dimensional character, right? Or maybe I'm just ascribing more, traits than actually are there, right? Which part is untrue? Diana literally uses the sword, right? Weapons are traditionally masculine, right? There is an incredible amount of masculinity for Diana itself. When we're talking about the hero's journey, yes, she uses violence to dispatch foes. These are all attributes that are ascribed to men, that are adopted by women to make themselves more powerful. Narratively speaking, historically speaking, these are masculine traits. She literally has a sword in Absolute Wonder Woman. Also, she has used a sword before to fight the demons like in the show, right? On, what's it called? She's trained to use a sword. What are you talking about? She is literally the classic Greek hero, just as a woman. This one? There are weapons made for women. That's not what I'm saying here. We can do a little experiment. Violence, masculine or feminine trait? I'm referring to, by the way, literary research, right? Not literary research, literary analysis. Sorry, that's the word I'm using. You need to stop talking in canon, Kit, because I'm not talking about canon. I'm talking the overall vibe of the character. We want to talk about accuracy of history of Wonder Woman, we can just bring up BDSM. Because that is literally where the lasso is rooted in. That's why, like, first edition of Wonder Woman's was, like, always fucking bound up by men. And then the entire story is her, like, her covers are always breaking free of chains and stuff, right? She's quite literally this analogy for, like, women breaking free and taking power from oppressors. And this is early Wonder Woman. Since then, her character has changed, as you like to point out. You need to stop talking in canon. The mythology of these characters goes much far older than Crisis and stuff, right? These characters have existed in the public zeitgeist for a very, very long time. Hey, look, Wonder Woman. There's actually a person in Wonder Woman cosplay. Awesome. I like to take this as the figure drawing website thinks that I'm right. No, Wonder Woman has been around for 70 years. Unless you're denying that. Do you not believe that Wonder Woman has been around in comics for 70 years? I'm talking about Wonder Woman, man. Whether or not they retcon it to be Diana's mom from Themyscira or Diana herself doesn't really matter. Because the Amazons themselves are masculine coded. You saying 70 years or so many years? What? I'm saying that the character of Wonder Woman has existed in comic books for around 7 years. Writers can change what the public perception or what the character is specifically, but the character Wonder Woman has been in comics, just like Superman. Superman's been around in 80 years, right? I think Batman was earlier. I can't remember if Detective #1 was before Action Comics. I can't remember. False historian here. My concern is that you guys are putting a lot of, like, what's it called? Resistance. You're putting a lot of resistance to this idea because I think you don't like what it might imply, when I don't think you know what I'm trying to imply with it. We always talk around in circles of each other because you insist on canon. You insist on accuracy to, like, narrative stories when I'm talking about the vibe of the character in the zeitgeist of the human experience. Lastly, so then let's take it from less of a historical place, right? What I mean by saying that Wonder Woman is and I might have used Diana at the beginning because they're pretty much, at this point, one and the same. When I say Wonder Woman is a masculine character, right? I'm talking about that she has become masculine through the same empowerment tools that give classic narrative heroes power, right? When we're talking about the hero of 1,000 faces, we're talking about the hero's journey, right? And Wonder Woman is kind of this gender swap of that sort of hero of 1,000 faces, right? It's this, what's it called? Flip of the trope that the hero is a man, and instead the hero is a woman. That's what I'm talking about by masculine. I don't mean she's literally a man, and I don't mean she's like belittling women or something, right? And so when I think that's really cool, it's because it gives women this space to be like, this could also be you, right? It breaks the gendered forms a little bit in the sense that now we are gender swapping this traditionally male character, right? And that's great. And the video that I'm listening to right now breaks it down in the sense that at this point, it has become norm in the narrative that if you want to have a female hero, they are basically just gender swapped of the male archetype of the hero of 1,000 faces. What's happening is there is now this shift towards to become a hero, you must embrace the traditionally masculine traits instead of embracing traditionally feminine traits. And I think that you and I would both agree that Wonder Woman is not going to wait at home while somebody else comes for her to be her prize as they come back from being the hero. Wonder Woman is the prince, not the princess, right? She's the one slaying the dragon. Wonder Woman issue 1, right? Where she comes out and she punches somebody in the face. Smack, boom, pow. Because all of the comics from the Golden Age like that are very simplistic in that sense. So I must ask you this question once again. Is violence a masculine trait? Kind of. Traditionally, the hero of 1,000 faces, the hero's journey, right? You refuse the call, you go to action, you enter the spirit world, you pass through death, you return from the spirit world, right? This is a human psychology thing that happens, right? It's the assignment of masculine, feminine, hard, round, soft, sharp. When we think of things as dichotomies, we apply one to one and one to the other, right? When we talk about a great example, there's a breakdown of masculinity in Arcane, right? That breaks down how characters in Arcane are all traditionally unmasculine, right? They're masculine, but they have a lot of bridge gaps that are feminine, right? And so it does this good job of like bridging traits over to make this blurred line between masculine and feminine characters. Traditionally speaking, right? This is less of a comic discussion, right? This is a narrative storytelling discussion. If we want to talk about it through the lens of Arcane, we can. I was just using the lens of comic books because that's what I'm literally going to do, right? When I draw Twink Lantern, I'm going to be looking at narrative storytelling through the lens of what do the powers and abilities of the DC Green Lantern Corps generally apply, right? Because I am less a fan of the hero's journey that emphasizes power and ruling because they have that power. Okay? Because that power is often exercised through violence and being more special than someone else, right? Odysseus, of course he's the king. He's smarter than everyone and better at killing everyone. So he must be our ruler. He's the guy who's going to lead us. I want to rebel against the idea of the hero. What is it? The hero becoming the king, right? I think Superman does a pretty decent job of this, personally speaking. But, you know, people still like to write the comic book characters as it because Superman still succeeds in his mission of protecting others through violence. Sort of, right? I want to embrace this, especially with Sprungy, right? I want to embrace this idea of feminine traits, I guess, traditionally feminine traits, to like become this hero, right? Whereas Superman, if you watch the Superman movie, Superman saves the squirrel, right? That's fucking awesome. But then he also goes and he punches something, right? Superman has the luxury that they are incredibly strong and impervious and therefore have the responsibility to not harm or kill others, right? A lot of his iterations will represent Superman like this, right? I still want to have this like benefit of imperviousness, but then this responsibility goes even farther. It goes even farther to doing no harm, right? Or doing their best to save everyone, monster included, right? I definitely want one of the comic book series, like one of the pages in the comics, Sprungy saves a bunch of people, right? From big monster. Right? And instead of like punching the monster like Wonder Woman would have or Superman would have, instead there's this internal mindscape scene that plays out, right? For whatever number of reasons, right? Where we instead dive into why it is a monster. Is it a monster by nature, right? What can we do? How do we impart change onto this creature? How do we affect the world with something other than violence? And of course, it's going to be through sex. Sort of, right? How do we affect the world through means other than violence to bring about the change that we wish to see? Right? basically this prioritization of something other than power through violence, right? In this sense, it would be power through lust because of the nature of the comic book, or power through love, depending on how you want to see it, right? If you're someone who doesn't see lust as any place in love, then it would just be lust, right? But that is just the working idea. I'd already been thinking of something like this, right? Because I don't like the idea of like punching stuff or hitting stuff, right? I'm pretty okay with like Sprung getting hit, right? But if I'm doing the punching, that's better save that for Big Sprung. I don't know. That is my general idea of the change that I want to see. Mostly because like I want the destigmatization of like sex, right? Just because it's so weird to me that as living organisms, right? Every single one of us needs to eat, needs to sleep, and needs to fuck to pass on genetics, right? Every living organism has done these three things, right? And in our culture, one of these fundamental three things to being a living organism is banned, right? It is more acceptable to show violence and murder in adult spaces than it is to show a titty, right? It's becoming more numb to violence and less accepting of sex, right? And it to me, it almost feels like it's less accepting of love, of embracing others, right? This idea that the only way to interact with someone else is to assert dominance through power. So I want to show with the comics maybe the healing effects that it can be to have, like to have sexual relations with somebody, to have lust for someone, right? To have this connection of people being together rather than people pushing others away. That's what I'm trying to get at. But I know it's never going to be seen that way. So I probably shouldn't have said anything on stream. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Moving on. Let's get all of this onto its own pages and save it and work on the project that I should have been doing all day. That was probably boring. Probably fell asleep, yeah. Probably fell asleep. Ooh, boy. Alright, it's the end for the figure drawing. I did want to complete something for kids. Nope. Headphones are on low battery? Yeah. Ah. Alright, let's see. I want to complete something for Kit. Because I know, Kit's been trying to do something on their server where it's like have people draw silhouettes or something. Pouring it all, very ambitious stuff, and it cheers me up hearing you talk about something so passionately, seeing how it ties into what you believe, and having it almost serve as protest for the kind of art you want to tell and share in the future. No regret or shame about any of it. I'm proud of how much thought and detail you put into it. How this also aims to elevate the story above a typical doujin. If hearing it inspires a person like me to amazing people. Aw, I'm glad. Yeah, no, it's just like, because I've like, after reading Alfie, I don't know if you've read Alfie by Encase. Fantastic. I highly recommend you give it a read. But the pages are so long. It's insane, right? But I don't want to put this proposition of heroes being violent is bad, right? Like, I don't want that proposition out there. Because it still serves a very important role, right? I'm not trying to take away from anything. I want to create something that is additive to the core experience of being a human, right? There's already some like superhero stories out there where they're like very pacifistic, right? I just think in the cultural West, we have this propensity towards might makes right still. And it keeps getting perpetuated. And I don't think there's anything wrong with a hero being able to take that power from the oppressors and using it against them. And it just tends to be that the physical power is the power that is oppressive here. In our current dichotomy. It doesn't really have anything to do with comic book characters or anything. Because there's a lot of catharsis to be had in that, right? This feeling of like, I'm so mad, I want to hit somebody. And instead you play a video game that lets you hit somebody and you feel way better and you don't actually hit somebody, right? I want to, like, I love that idea of catharsis, but we never hardly see stories about, you know, it always tends to be about that catharsis. And I want like a different kind of catharsis for myself. For myself. That's fair. That's understandable. I tend to be pretty alone in a lot of my opinions about these sorts of things. I'm a very weird individual riddled with hypocrisy. Hold those emotions against another person. Hold those emotions. Which ones? The animosity or the violence? Yeah, that's really good. But even just like the pent-up desire to see, what's it called? To see people get their just desserts, right? I think a lot of people have that. Like I saw a news article talking about how there was a mass shooting at a financial planning thing, whatever, right? And there was an executive for BlackRock that got killed, right? And BlackRock is the company in charge of basically buying up all, like, what's it called? Homes, like apartments, like land ownership stuff. And there's a lot of, like, when large corporations and people come into a lot of wealth, instead of that wealth being able to be owned by individuals and people, instead of like the minority, there's the stratification of classes that fucks over all of society. So BlackRock's a big company and it does that. It magnifies wealth to those at the top and reduces wealth from those at the bottom. So when I saw an executive got killed in the shooting, I was like, I have zero feelings about this. 1000% apathy. So I doubt it. I don't know. Probably someone was very upset with it. I haven't even looked at the story. I don't care. I have zero interest in it, right? Somebody died. People died. And I feel complete apathy for this. And it's fucked, right? See, I can get petty, but it's usually just a few minutes. Then it's water into the fridge. Mm-hmm. I'm a very petty person, I feel. I'm still mad at my friends when we went on the Seattle trip. Because they, what's it called? I was driving the speed limit and everything, but because one of the turns took a little bit farther or whatever, took a little bit harder than they probably would have, they're like, maybe for everyone's safety, I should drive. And it was very insulting. And I was like, no, fuck off. like I don't care, right? I agree with you, but when someone who's done a lot of things that has hurt a lot of people gets killed in the news because someone else, I'm not like, oh, that poor person who died. I'm like, man, the situation is so bad that people are killing people over it. And we're still not doing anything about this politically. We're not forcing a taxation on wealth. We are not redistributing the economy towards the workers. We're not doing any of this shit. We're just like, there's a bunch of people in the news who are trying to portray this person who acted out of like, whatever would have been their reason to go and shoot up a bunch of people. And they're trying to portray them as like this villain. And it's just like, I don't care either way. I'm not wishing harm about anybody. I'm just like, the media is trying to flame the story as if it were this great tragedy, right? And they're framing the death as the tragedy when at the same time someone felt so mentally broken that they went and committed violence on a lot of people. And instead of being this great failing of the system that we live in, it's considered as the act of an individual with malicious intent. And it's like, what the fuck, man? Just like the inhumanity of it to spin the story in the favor of whoever they want it, right? It really sucks. It's true. But like news outlets are the ones that are perpetuating this. They're the ones that go out and they read the, what's it called? Manifestos of the people who go and do horrible hate crimes, right? And so that the people who do these hate crimes feel emboldened to do the hate crimes instead of finding like help and community with other people to be able to see the world differently, I guess. But yeah, anyway, I have alerts. What is this subathon? I think they're looking for people to commission an artist. I am unfortunately an artist that needs commissions. So, alas. Apologies to them. I have laughed more at watchpeopledie.tv than I have at try not to laugh videos. They want artists. Oh, okay. This is good enough. Everything else I'll fix in post, so to speak. I thought I read that right, but I wasn't certain. So I erred on the side of caution. I don't know. I'm scared. I have a lot on my plate. I don't know when I'd be able to finish the commission. Let me finish my pencils first. The greatest artist of all time needs to at least finish pencils and then see if they're getting hired before they can think about doing anything else. Because the greatest artist of all time needs to pay rent first. It's so weird that I'm getting censored on Blue Sky. Is it because the account hasn't been verified for age or whatever? How does that work? Going to be? No, top one in the next 10 years. There's a lot I need to work on. What's keeping me from the number one spot now? Who is it that I must surpass? Hey, Maho. Hey, baby boy. How are you? Have you, It's true, I'm not there yet. By a long margin. Seventh is not half bad. I will definitely take that, but even if I disagree with the rankings. What do I need to improve at? That's a pretty good measure for what I should do. What's my actionable advice, coach? Colors, more dynamic poses. I think I already do that. More experimentation. I think he's overthink a lot. Kuse. Nice. I believe that. You're doing okay, buddy. I know. Something spooked you, but you're alright. Character design is oddly enough flourished into your best traits, which is extremely unexpected. Yeah! Did you, were you there for when we finished the, where is it? finished the panel. I had a lot of fun designing aliens in here. I had like a dragon-faced guy, right? And then ant bug and like big oxman back there. I had a lot of fun with that. I did something weird with Venetrix here. I think I realized too late that I probably should have been worrying about the values, but I don't think there's a lot of pencils that don't take into account values and stuff. So I think that I am honestly putting in way too many details for a pencil. But I don't know. This page is done though. Hopefully it all reads well enough. Nice. I'm glad. Oddly familiar. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? Here comes the fun. Because everyone building an community is so hard. Exactly. This is why on my own server I definitely, what's it called, reduced size everywhere I could, right? One channel for people, everyone wants to put something, you put it in the general, it doesn't matter. Someone's talking, everyone sees it, right? Once we get to the point where we have a ton of people, right? Expand as you need the space. You're always going to need your core characters, right? Your core people. We're going to do everything. Always play to those, the people who are core. They're the ones who are going to show up every day. is where I'm probably going to need to get reference. What does a bottlenose dolphin look like from this angle? People have been ignoring me since I told them to drop PP. That's, you know, you never want to isolate like that, right? But if that's the case, that means that you were building the community around the wrong thing, right? So if you wanted to drop PPs, you should have started with that. Like that's the thing, right? You got to build the community around what you're trying to do, right? On my server, I'm trying to build the community amount around me because I'm trying to build up myself as an artist. I changed? You changed? It's good. That's good. I think that change and being open to change is good. That's the wrong one. Alright, I'm looking at a picture of bottlenose dolphin. When things change, it gets tough. I'm trying not to say working out educated. My main takeaway always is to just don't debate people, right? Don't argue with people, sort of, right? You don't want to you can't debate somebody into a different position, right? You pretty much just have to what's the word for it? You gotta discuss it and bring it in slowly. Kind of the same way you did it with non-religiosity with your family, right? It's not brainwash, right? It's what you're doing is presenting you're shifting the Overton window, I guess, right? Because there's no basis to be not safe for work, right? As long as you're ethically producing porn, there's no reason to have any problem with it, right? And the ethical also means doing an effort to prevent it from falling into the hands of minors and all that stuff, right? Again, because minors cannot consent to viewing porn, so you gotta do this stuff, right? But there is no moral reason to resent pornography, right? As long as everyone involved is being ethical about it, there's not a ton of reason to be against pornography. You can have a non-preference for it, sure. Absolutely. I need more images. Bring me images of Spider-Man. minors have access to Discord and social media anyway, so we can never allow our job not safe work. Like, where do I even begin with that? And it's like, you're right. You just kind of lean into it. They say we can never have not safe work stuff. It's like, it's crazy. I know that you are against all sex all the time, like ever, right? You bait them, right? You bait them into like these false dilemmas, right? Because like, I didn't say no sex ever. Like, obviously you need to have sex to have kids. And it's like, really? So you think that you can only have, it's like, okay, well, that's fine. I don't personally agree with just like sex just for kids. I think it feels pretty good. Like, there's no reason not to partake in it. And they usually hit the secondary with like, well, like, you can't just have sex whenever you feel good because then you'll accidentally have a kid, right? And you kind of carry that along with like, I mean, there's a lot of ways to prevent pregnancy. Like, condoms are 99% preventative of pregnancy, and they're like 100% preventative of disease, right? So they're really good. And you can always double up by having by using multiple types of contraceptives, right? It's insane. Don't care, the server is 18 plus. They're insinuating I'm going to personally distribute not safe for work minors, right? Yeah, right? And to that point, you can always just bring up, where do you think the parents' responsibility is? Because you're giving an awful lot of agency to children when we have agreed as a society that children don't have agency. Because what the conversation tries to do is shift the burden away from those that are responsible to someone else, right? So you can kind of shift that conversation back on them. He's like, well, what do you think the responsibility of parents is? And they'll usually be like, well, parents can't be watching their kids 24/7. It's like, okay, so personally, I don't think that kids should be entertained by television or handhelds more than like 2-3 hours a day, right? And I think for 2 to 3 hours a day, you can monitor your child, right? And they can be like, well, that's not a realistic thing. It's like, well, why didn't you think that's a very realistic goal? I think 2 to 3 hours of electronic media is actually a lot for most people. I know people that do half an hour or just an hour of computer time. And, you know, it kind of, this like, you let them talk themselves out of it by providing all of these very reasonable counter arguments, right? Parents should be more responsible. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I think that kids shouldn't be allowed for screen time more than 2 hours a day, right? And it's like, well, that's not, you know, for the kid. It's like, well, the kid doesn't have, you know, the ability to consent until 18. So it should be this conversation the parents having with the kid about where they should belong and whether or not the parent can trust the child. And that's an individual thing, right? Don't think about this as debate, right? You're not debating. You're just asking clarifying questions, right? Absolutely, absolutely, right? Because at the moment, it sounds like you don't really know why they're against not safe for work art. Because they don't really know why they're against not safe for work art. They just kind of throw a talking point at you to like shut down the conversation. And you gotta take that talking point, you gotta set it to the side and ask a question. It's like, okay, so you've heard that talking point, but why do you believe it, right? Why do you think children are unsupervised everywhere on the internet, right? And they're like, well, it's not to watch them squirm. It's because you want to find out if they believe this and what is the driving core behind the belief, or if they're just repeating what somebody else says. Because at the same time, you don't want your friend to just be repeating what somebody else says. That's how they get sucked into cults. You need to, like, a good friend will challenge you mentally. They will challenge you philosophically, right? For just no other reason than like you trust and value their opinion and you want to get to the bottom of why they hold that opinion. And I promise you, anyone who strongly holds an opinion can take that opinion being pushed around, especially by someone who they believe trusts them and has their best interests at heart, right? And if they really hold that opinion, they'll hold it, right? But having an animosity towards other people that hold different opinions is not very healthy. Right, yeah. you could even bring that up with them, right? I don't know if you've talked to them about specifically not safe work or like that, right? Is okay, when you said making the server 18 plus is going to be a problem for minors, it's like, do you think that I'm personally going to hand out pornography to kids? Right. Losing friends is really hard, right? But for me, right? If I can't be myself around them, I never really had them as a friend to begin with. And I would rather, and this is not actionable advice for you, this is me talking about my own personal experience. I would rather talk with somebody and get to that point early on where I realize we have an opinion that's going to separate us for a very long time and it's never going to be whatever mutual. I would rather have that at the beginning than finding that out later, like 5 years later, 10 years later, when there's like so much of our life history is joined together, and then you find out they are a white nationalist and you never really probed because you didn't want to talk about it. You know, those are the kind of things that suck. That sucks to me a lot more than losing a friend, I guess. But I'm also a very apathetic person, I think, a lot of the times. Like, I feel that no matter what happens, I will persist, so it doesn't really matter what happens in the short term. That is my own personal view on it, however. I don't recommend it to other people unless you're very... I guess, but I'm very apathetic in a lot of ways, right? I'm very empathetic to the people who are willing to put in the time and the effort. And I'm very apathetic towards the people who aren't. It is really easy for me to just drop people the moment they are difficult, right? They don't provide anything to my life. I have no emotional, moral attachment or obligation to this person if they are not going to be a benefit to my life. And that is a very psychopathic trait. But at the same time, the people that are like already close to me that I care about, I'm willing to put in that time investment to see if we can find some middle ground, right? So it's not a fully psychopathic trait. And I don't like see people as like a numbers benefits value. Seeing other people happy is to me its own benefit value. There's a lot of things, right? But I'm a very, very peculiar instance of stuff, I guess. Like, you would have give up on me, on all of us, a long time ago if you actually believe that. So, here's the thing, right? It's not that I give up on people. I just let people give up on me. Does that make sense? Like, I'm going to be myself no matter what. And if that person doesn't stick around, then they don't stick around, right? If someone asks me a question, I answer honestly. And I try to get to the bottom of middle ground that we might have, emotional reasonings that we might share, all that stuff. because the conversation is very interesting, but also you're here and you want clarifying questions. So what I do is like, I am just unapologetically myself all the time, right? And when people are just drift apart, I just let people go. Yeah, I always encourage you to like do what you love, right? And if you're in an instance to like help someone, right? Don't not help someone. Fuck's sake. You should always like help someone who asks for it, right? That's why I say I'm not like a super good role model. I'm not going out into the world every day looking for grannies to help cross the street, right? I'm staying at home and I'm just drawing. And if someone comes up and asks me for something, I will go out of my way to help them because they asked me. And I want to be good to them. That's it. That is the simpleness of it. I wouldn't do that, right? What's the saying? If you love someone, let them go. If they love you, they'll come back, right? I need, oh my god. Need one with the mouth open. There we go. What do their jaws look like? Nope. There's a McDonald's in the Pentagon. McDonald's in the Pentagon. And it sucks when you feel the once strong connections start to fade away. One's died. Bye, Turtle. Thanks for coming by. What was the one that I was saying? I said we needed an emote. What emote did I say we needed? Do we have any room for emotes? I don't think we have any more room for emotes. Oh yes! We need an Ali name. Okay, I'll add that to the docket of some time. Maybe. And if someone is nice to me for a long time and there's something that I can do very easily for them, I will do it because I know it will make them happy. And I like making people happy. Some Ali ideas later. Can I replace that one actually? I was just gonna make it a I still have an open slot for a tier 1. But that's very different, right? What I'm doing is that someone has vibes enough and I see an opportunity to make them smile that would come at very little cost to myself. And I do that, right? I like making people happy. But I'm not like going out of my way for someone who I'm not certain is like interested in sticking around or being to do something for them, right? Someone who has like been a good friend gets things. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not doing it to salvage a relationship. I'm doing it to strengthen one that is going well. That's what I encourage, at least. How do you know when to stop? What do you mean when to stop? I generally stop like giving people stuff when I give them a gift or I do a thing and they respond in a way that doesn't make me feel like it was appreciated. That's my marker, right? So if I draw someone art and they say, "Oh, thanks," they're not getting art again. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, basically, if they just say K, right? It's like they're not getting art from me again. Obviously, either one, they didn't care for it, so it was a bad gift. Or, yeah, exactly, right? And if they keep doing stuff like this, I'm going to reward them less and less, right? If they continue to be like a positive influence in my life, I might keep trying until I find something they like. But, you know, if anything I do for them does not elicit a response, then I just stop. And I continue. If they ask questions or want to do something, I respond with all earnesty, right? I'm never going to push someone away. But if they stop coming to me, then it's not my responsibility anymore. That feels really bad. Like, I feel like that one I'm a little bit in the wrong. But it's whatever. Like this right here is a gift for a friend who's been feeling a little bit down. And the McDonald's in the Pentagon. Every time there's a fucking mall, I swear to God. MFers clearly don't keep a sprite folder. Feels like you have a dossier ready to like fucking get me. Give the baby a treat. Bring the master. Where's my baby boy? There he is. Is that on camera? Maho on camera. He's on camera enough. What? What's up? What video? I forgot to upload. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, the short. Oh no, what a shame. The one where I get cooked didn't get uploaded. It's alright. Whatever. All right. I think that's good enough. Hey, welcome, Dan. Who is that? Is she girl? It's Kit. Oh, nice. It's Kit again. Increase size by 10 pixels. Decrease size by 10 pixels. Nice. All right. Kit, you didn't have any specifications on the silhouettes. I'm doing a Kit's silhouette challenge. Can you guess what character I was working on? How's it going, Black Team? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're just about to end because we're 20 minutes over. I think I did this wrong because I don't pay attention to anything. Okay. It gave some regulations for it. Person was separate. Let's see, what was it? Create a character, scene, illustration, anything really, but only drawing in silhouettes. Mm-hmm. Ah. Person with surfboard is close, I think, but I think Kit probably might know, maybe? I don't know. About and beyond what I even imagined. Right? Kit, you gotta guess, you gotta guess. No, not the blind jaws. No! Man. You gotta guess, Kit. What character is this? Yes. What character is the guy has on? For the silhouette thing. Yeah, it is Beast Boy. Was it the green that gave it away, or was it the did I do a good job of narrative storytelling by using sequential frames? What is this? I don't think I care about this. Any of these. Okay, cool. Okay, we should save this. Nail this hair with the dolphin transformation sequence was the highlight. Okay. Good. I was drawing this from memory, so I was really struggling with some of the things. I want to do the booyah, kind of. Beast Boy is also a German rapper. Okay, not the DC character. There's like a guy named Beast Boy in German rap. Yeah, for the most part, it was just anatomy and silhouettes. There was not much of a reason to look up Garfield. Garfield is just kind of like twinkish man, right? Pretty much, like that's his entire MO, is that he's not the most built character. He's just kind of twunk, you know? So I just did twunk and I gave him spiky hair. Good boy. Good boy. Good baby boy. Literally, what if Sprungy was green? In some iterations, yes, he is incredibly Twinkie vegan man. Basically. That being said, I do need to I need to do some studies of Pofu. I know, Maho, you want your food. Any of this DC shit. Get back down into that figure time. Vegan, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. I don't. I very easily don't. It's way more expensive, unfortunately, here in the US to be vegan. Mm-hmm. Okay. I want to at least set the panels in place. I know that you're here, and I know you want your food. I'm gonna set up the panels. Although this is probably miserable because it does take hella conviction. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got 2 whole chickens at Costco for $9. 2 whole chickens, big fucking chickens too. I could make like 10 different dinners with it. Cheesecake is no one is selling. That is a hard life. I agree with you. I have a friend who's vegan, so. With a friend I know eating. If you ever need to, set me up. I think this is about a third. I wish I had more of like a ruler way of doing this, but I don't really know how the ruler works, so that's not what I wanted. Oh, I duplicated the wrong thing. This is the thing that I wanted to duplicate. Yep. Everyone was born. I'm just gonna set up the boxes for this and then I gotta walk Maho, unfortunately. Oh, son of a bitch. Fuck. Yep, these are all different colors. Should also all be size 15. Good. Good, 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 good. Except for this one. This one actually is the only one that needs to be a size 10. Get different size out of that. Void, almost done. I'm sort of like, I'm trying to do, I gotta do the run thing also. It's true, my almost done could be 10 minutes or 10 hours. It is not a good, selection of time. Duplicate, I think. Can I duplicate this layer, please? Duplicate layer. There we go. Now, this is where I get to find out if I properly did this. I think it's fine. I can just grab this one and shift it slightly. As long as they're the same size, I don't think it really matters all that much. No, this is not looking very professional. You're gonna die for it, yeah. 13% stake. We are. What's it called? Kit submitted a total of 60,000 earlier, right? Oh, that means you guys are at 100,000. That's crazy. Huh. Nice work, you guys. 130,000, I guess, is the total contribution. That's fun. Cut frames. Here we go. I don't want to divide the frame. I want to fuck with the frame. Let's try this. I don't want to, no, I want to, here we go. Nope, okay. Ah! What's this one? It's funny, the steak emote is zooming them all in the corner. It's just like, oh no. Let's just Google how to make shaped frames in Studio Paint. Shaped panels in CS. Is it like a freehand? Actually, maybe I should have done that. Okay. Oh. Man, I really wish I just did what I wanted it to. Boy, do I not know what the hell I'm doing. I want to cut out shapes. Let's see if we cut comic comic. Okay, I think I just need to explore this myself. Because this isn't fucking doing anything. Have add to selected. I would like to remove from selected. Because I feel like it's the cut frame should do this, right? So if I do this, that doesn't change anything. And if I'm down here and I draw something, it still draws all the way through. Right, okay. You want click on the game. It's not what I want. Um, Probably just watch this one for later. Later. This one for later. All right, with those selected though, unfortunately, I'm probably just gonna leave. I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the panel. So maybe if I go to this mask, right? Add a control point. Maybe I can add a control point. Here it is. Okay. Yo, it works. Nice. Okay. Cool. Nice. Never mind. Instead, I still want this to be more like this. Can I line this up with the other point, please? I don't like how it's... Ah! That kind of works. Okay. How am I? Wait, so then I have a question. I draw. Oh, nice. Cool. That works fine. Excellent. Never mind. Oh, that's down there. My bad. All right. I need. How does this work? Because I need to add an empty space in the middle. Maybe it's just easier to make a new frame right here in the middle than it is to do all that junk. What happens if I add to selected folder? Okay. What's that do? Why would I want that? Okay, basically all that does is it means that when I draw through here, I can't see through that. Yeah, it works for me. Cool. Alright, we've got the layout for the page. Let me go ahead and call it here. It is 5:46, so I'm going to, I think I have a message from a friend to see if we're gonna walk. I may not. Doesn't look like I do. So we're just gonna end for today and we're going to pick this up tomorrow. I'm probably gonna try to do some drawing when I get back tonight. I'm gonna be doing some stock. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. It looks good. It looks good. I don't know if I want to just go ahead and add all of them, but I need to feed Maho and need to walk him. So probably better to just what's it called? Do that stuff and then come back. So I'm gonna try to make some soup stock when I come back, some chicken stock. You just gotta eat. I know. Listen, they're saying you should go out. Now you want some food. Yeah, I know. Okay. Thank you for stopping by. I know it's not always easy and showing up every day can be kind of boring. But I appreciate when you do, when everyone shows up. But thanks so much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye now. Bye-bye.